it's Naomi. I just wanted to make sure you were able to get on. Okay. Okay. Yes, because we have a 5 o'clock start. Okay. All right, we'll see you in a minute. Thank you.
Hey, do we have a meeting on August 1 and 2? I saw Naomi sent a thing, but I didn't know if it was set.
I don't know.
It's August 3rd, tentative.
Okay, tentative, all right.
We ready to go? Okay.
It is.
Good evening, it's 5 o'clock, and I'd like to call this work session to order on the 23 budget work session. Just a couple of housekeeping things that Director Farah, Dr. Jewel Harmon, Chief Accountability Officer, Ms. Joyce Wilson, Executive Director of Human Resources, and Mrs. Simone Hamilton, Director of Equity and Strategic Engagement, will be attending the meeting via Zoom. Now I'd like to call on Interim Superintendent Vila for introductions.
Thank you, President Hamad. I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Ben Rarick, our Executive Director of Budget and Finance, who will begin our presentation tonight. Mr. Rarick.
Good evening, board members. It's my pleasure to present to you the content of work session number 3. Those of you who have been with us for a few years, sure, kind of know the cadence of this. The third work session is the pulling together of all the various pieces of the budget into kind of a preliminary budget proposal structure, which then goes through technical review with the Educational Service District. A couple of notes before we get started. There is a lot of slides here, and there's a lot of slides that you've seen before, and I want to explain why that is, because obviously the board is not the only audience, right? So part of what's happening is we have a public hearing as well tonight, and so the presentation is trying to pull together all the coherent pieces of the budget so that also a member of public who may not have watched the 2 previous work sessions can have the benefit of the full information. But for tonight's presentation, there's a number of these slides that you've seen many times, and I'll spend less time on those. You can always pull me back if you have questions, but there's close to 40 slides in here, probably 20 of which you'll have seen and say, oh yeah, Ben's talked to that before. But again, for the benefit of members of the community who may wish to want to see the kind of the whole journey and be able to comment accordingly, it's all included, okay? Okay, so as we do every year, we really make an explicit effort to nest the budget development process in our goals and ideals as a district, including our commitment to equity, excellence, community. Some of the slides that you haven't seen that we're going to spend the most time on tonight are try to pull out narrative stories about just this, how are the investments that we're making in our budget reflect our strategic values. And so I'm going to spend more time on those slides. Those are the beginning. Okay, and so in addition to our strategic plan priorities, there are 3 kind of themes that are woven throughout here that reflect the superintendent's priorities for us, which include as much effort and focus as we put on the budget over the last 5 years. As evidenced by that awesome student listening session that we had earlier this week, you see more and more of our time focusing on student need and classroom instruction. The superintendent has focused us on finishing this school year strong, starting next year strong, and starting strong in a way in which we can stay strong, and to think about the sustainability of the operations that we are setting up. So at a very high level, I'd wish to emphasize some key, we'll get into quite a bit of detail, but here's some key highlights. At an aggregate level, this budget reflects $512 million of expenditures in the general fund and a total budget of $605 million. Remember, there's the 5 funds, right? The general fund is not the only fund. We'll spend almost all of our time this evening on the general fund, but it's not the only fund. We're projecting essentially flat enrollment. You'll see some detail on that. When we compare budget to budget, we're actually reducing our enrollment assumption by a considerable margin. When I refer to flat, it's mostly flat as it relates to the current reality of the kids in our system. We're going to talk quite a bit about the role of ESSER funds in our budget, and we're going to talk about the nature of the structural deficit that not just Kent, but almost all the districts that have ESSER funding are dealing with. But it's very important that we recognize that we do have a structural deficit and the way that we plan for it in a multi-year fashion. And 2024 is what I'm going to be focusing you on. 2024 is a pivotal year for us in our budget in so many different ways. And the final slide of the presentation lands on that point. Here's where we're at in our timeline. This is the third work session reflected there on June 22nd. We will submit a draft F-195 to the Puget Sound Educational Service District prior to leaving for the 4th holiday. They spend most of July sending us questions about why does this number look different than this number? Have you considered this or that? There's a kind of a technical vetting process. And then the full budget will be for the board on August 24th. Okay. So in response to some of the sentiments shared by Director Hamada specifically last year about how to tell the story of the connection between budget and strategic values, I'm trying something new here. The first 10 slides or so are specifically pulling out case study examples of investments that we're making in the budget that tie to strategic priorities in the district. And we'll start with the first one, which is student safety, something that we know is on our public's mind based on all the surveys that we have done with the public, but is for obvious reasons, unfortunate reasons, on the forefront of everybody's mind right now. Student safety remains a huge priority in the Kent School District. We have, over the last 2 years, so this budget that's before you, representing the second of those 2 years, talking about a 65% increase in our non-salary budget in safety and security, in which we have tackled a number of key safety-related projects, which include a major upgrade of our security camera and safety radio infrastructure, continuing our school resource officer contracts, enhancement of our security and safety software and applications, and provisions of uniforms, jackets, and ballistic vests for our security and safety staff, and also increasing the security that we provide to expand to more events such as dances, graduations, and after-school sports. So a very significant investment in this area that started with the passage of the last EP&O levy, in which we represented to the community that this was a priority of ours, and continues into next year. Example number 2, which has again been a point of emphasis with board members, a full-scale analysis and either mitigation or complete elimination of fee barriers that students and families experience in our system. Now, to be clear, some fees are appropriate, but what we were finding is that actually the vast majority of them did not fit with our current value structure as a district. And so I want to review with you what we've eliminated, but also the next step, what we're doing next year, which I think is an exciting new development, and I think will probably be the first time you've heard this. Reviewing what we've done. We've eliminated all ASB card and activity fees for eligible students, meaning students that are either direct certification or free and reduced price lunch eligible. We've eliminated all course fees associated with career and technical education classes. We've eliminated all fees associated with classes. In other words, there used to be this thought that if a class is elective, it'd be okay to charge a fee for it. It's not. It's still a free public education, whether it's an elective class or not. We've eliminated every fee that we can find associated with not only a core class, but an elective class, meaning that if something is required for a student to take a class and do well in that class, with very few exceptions, it needs to be provided to that student for free. And finally, this year we eliminated the sale of graduation tickets, only under the theory here that in Kent School District, we regard graduation as part of the educational experience. It's not an extracurricular activity. We refer to it as curricular, not co-curricular. And so historically, selling graduation tickets, even for a nominal fee, it wasn't like these were huge sums, but it just didn't seem consistent with the idea that this is really kind of an extension of a class, if you think of it that way. It's the last part of that educational journey. But here's the exciting new development I'd like to share with you this evening, and that is that next year, based on an investment involving our ESSER funds into buying musical instruments, next year will be the first year where Kent School District will be able to make musical instruments available to all free and reduced price lunch eligible students free of fee. Now, this is separate from, of course, they have the responsibility to be safe stewards of the instrument, but nevertheless, there should not be any barrier to students participating in our music program to be able to have access to that instrument. So that's a really exciting thing, and I haven't found any other district that's been able to get there with us, so I feel like we've achieved something. And that's a new thing. So that's kind of, we've been through phase 1 and phase 2. This is kind of the third phase of our fee elimination here, and I think it's an exciting new development. Budget investment number 3, a very significant multifaceted investment in the mental and social and emotional health needs of our students. There's a lot of detail on this slide, and I thought it would be for your reference purposes, but I think as you've heard from prior work sessions, we're engaging our community-based organizations in a multi-pronged approach to meeting the social and emotional needs of our students, which are particularly strong during and after the pandemic that we experienced. Right now, we're at a total investment next year of over $2.5 million, which includes our teletherapy services, the mental health services provided through Valley Cities, et cetera. So excited to make that investment as well. Number 4, a major expansion in extended learning opportunities, much of which is funded by ESSER, but not entirely. I've chosen to broke it up into these 3 categories, but you could probably make a longer list. We have I'm proud to say, and I hope Dr. Cleveland has an opportunity to share this with you at some point, because she's the one that's really spearheaded this, pretty comprehensive summer school offerings across the entire district this summer, much of which is being done in concert with our community-based organizations. Extended day programming that individual schools have been able to offer, mostly through the ESSER mini grants that I've spoken to you about before. We've got robust credit retrieval activities happening at the high school level, both with staffing that's been funded by ESSER, but also with contracts with organizations like the Edgenuity software that we use. And finally, the launching of a new Kent Virtual Learning School. I know we haven't named it yet, so I'm going to refer to it as the Virtual Learning School until somebody tells me otherwise. But as you'll find, that's a major upfront financial investment of upwards of 12 staff to get that program going. And so I'll say it's a gamble, but it's a healthy gamble, a productive gamble to get that up and running and sustainable with enrollment. And I do have an update on that. I believe we're up to 200. Shoot, I didn't write that down. I have an enrollment update for you on the virtual school there. 209 students. At this point, most of them are transfers within our system, but we still have, I think, close to 30 new students. 28 new students from outside the KSD. Number 5. Co-curricular activities. This continues to be a major investment area. It manifests mostly in the athletics budget, and that might make you think that we're spending all the money on athletics. That is actually not the case. So I want you to hear the full kind of indirect effect of this. We have in this district kind of recalibrated what we expect ASB programs to pay for. And for many years in this district, ASB programs paid for a lot of the kind of basic nuts and bolts costs of an athletics program, which is not what other districts do, and what you would argue is not super appropriate. Like you want to have that athletics program to be sustainable, and that ASB fundraising really is going to the extras, right? And we have made that transition with last budget and this budget such that a lot of the costs, so follow this, a lot of the costs that the students were paying for with their fundraising before are now being paid for by the general fund, which has the effect of freeing up the fundraising funds that the students use to support ASB for what? Student activities, right? So the real net effect of this has been a very indirect but robust, like hundreds of thousands of dollars robust investment in co-curricular student activities in our high schools.
Can I ask a question about that?
You may.
Are we talking about things like busing for athletics and
Yes.
clubs and things like
In
that?
fact, I have a list for you if you'd like.
Great. Ask and I shall receive.
Yeah.
Sounds better.
I'm gonna go by memory here with, if you won't hold me to the total list, but in general, we're talking about things like the cost of referees, the cost of athletic trainers, the cost of transportation, the cost of conference fees. Like if you're part of a conference, you pay a fee to be part of that conference. These are really things that the district should be paying for and not relying on students to fundraise for. And we have kind of over the last 2 years made that full transition, which has had the effect of, if you're now the ASB council at a high school, you're not having to pay for all that, which allows you to either support your current activities more or offer new ones. Now, I don't want to paint an overly rosy picture. Obviously, 1660 has had a profound impact on the ability of students to raise money as well, but you can see that we've tried to counteract that with making sure that we are funding the things that are really not extra to an athletics program. Major investment number 6 is really, there was a number of years shortly after the budget deficit where we did little, if any, curriculum adoptions. We have really, as I think you've experienced in your board meetings, you've seen the acceleration of that process. For next year, we have the following 6, 7, 7 scheduled, and they're budgeted for. And I also have the list of what we've done this year as well. It's been a robust time for adoption of curriculum and new textbooks for our students. Okay. Take the opportunity to give you some ESSER updates. You have seen these before, so I'm going to be brief, but it's important for public transparency, so I include them. The first slide shows kind of where we're at, right? So this is the slide you have in every financial statement that you get. Just as a rule of thumb, you can think by the conclusion of this year, we think we're going to be all the way through ESSER 2 and probably just maybe a little bit through ESSER 3, kind of right in there. So you'll see the orange bar reflected where we were through the last financial statement. The little orange line shows kind of where I'm projecting to be by the end of the year. Net, what that means is that for the final 2 years of ESSER, which is going to be 22, 23, and 23, 24, we will have roughly the same amount to money to spend, roughly, in those 2 years as we have claimed this year. So kind of 3 equal installments. And we also have some pending capital claims as well, as we're talking about air quality and the things that the board has previously discussed. This also, I want to remind you, you get this every month. So this is the back of your financial statement that you receive every month. And whatever the claim amount is here, at this point it's 22.3 million there in that ESSER 2, but whatever it is, we're giving you a breakdown of the kind of, functional areas of expense that associate with that. When you see that word stabilization in the dark brown there, what that means is that's that continuity of services claim where we're claiming ESSER funds to keep our staffing levels despite declining enrollment. That's what stabilization is referring to. Okay? So quickly, the strategic choices that we're making about ESSER are, first, we're trying to really hit some high impact services for students in the way that we've just talked about. We're trying to keep a very close track of our structural deficit figure, and that's the last thing we're going to talk about tonight, is what that is and how we plan for it. And how do we do that? Well, first, we try to limit the amount of ongoing costs that we have with ESSER funding, and we try to have explicit plans if we do fund staff with ESSER funding, what's going to happen in 24-25. So for example, our virtual school is being funded initially with ESSER dollars. You got 12.4 staff there. Something's going to happen with those staff in 24-25. Either the local levy has to pick up that cost, either we cost shift the, and that's an example of the type of conversation that's necessary. Okay. You've seen a number of the following slides, same theme, just being transparent to the public. I'll be quick with these. Okay. You're going to see a lot of graphs that show a similar story, but this one shows you the month-to-month activity, and I think is interesting because look what you see there in the dark blue as it relates to the months of May and June of this year. May was an interesting month. We actually picked up a little. We had a small, that never happens in May, as you see in the previous. So we had a slight uptick in May, and we spent a little bit of time digging around, like, what's happening? Are these refugee students? What? And then just as soon as we got into looking at that, we lost them back in June. So there was this little blip in the month of May, but interesting, noteworthy, and kind of keeping an eye on that. You see the shape of these last 2 years has been different than the shape of the typical pre-COVID environment. This doesn't get into the month-to-month. This just picks a month and then shows you every, the annual AAFTE from that month. And you see there, and I've shown you this, every month for a while now, and hopefully your eye is acclimated to it, that we're still down over 2,200 students on an FTE basis from that high water mark. Okay. This is an important slide, and we're going to spend some time on this one. So this is your overview of prior year actual enrollments relative to what we are budgeting for. The dark blue numbers reflect actuals. The sort of gradient light blue color there reflects budget. So what the narrative here, the takeaway is, you see budget to budget, enrollment is way down. You see that? So the budget to budget projection is down, and I indicated it for you up there in the top right hand corner, down over 800 student FTE. Okay? But actual to budget, it's more or less flat. You see that? Why is that? Remember last year, the assumption was we're reopening our schools. We expect some of these students to come back. They did not come back, right? So we were over projected relative to what actually materialized in the system. This year, we are not going to make that same assumption. We're making an assumption that we are, at least for some interim period, in a new normal. And so when people say, well, what are you assuming for your budget? Well, you have to ask them, are you talking budget to budget or are you talking actual to budget? And budget to budget, we are significantly reducing our projected enrollment. The next section is revenue update. Again, you've had some of this from work session 2. I will be brief unless you ask me to be otherwise. This is just a data table for your reference, but it basically just shows that we're projecting about $27 million of additional revenue across all revenue sources. The largest parts of that being the money associated with the 5.5% state employee funded COLA, state formula funded COLA, the IPD, and what you'll see in this next slide, we are going to experience a little increase in our local levy, and this slide has changed since you saw this change, this slide. So the 69.7 there that you see in the far left, second to last, in the final hashed graph, represent the most recent updates. Inflation continues to go up, and inflation drives what we're allowed to collect because the state increases our per pupil cap based on inflation. Yes, sir.
All right, go back one. Oops. Yeah, okay. So I'm looking at local non-tax,
Yes.
and it just doesn't ring.
Yeah.
Why the projection?
It's food service.
It's,
Food service. So all of the money that we collect for child nutrition, the last couple years we've been on a federal waiver, we have not collected lunch money. Next year, we project to be kind of back to where we were roughly. So I think food service is maybe 2/3 of that number, maybe, something like
and
that.
that's state money?
No, that's money literally collected for student lunch.
Oh,
Yeah. So we haven't been, for as long as we were on that pandemic waiver,
Okay.
which Teresa was here, she has a little bit more depth of knowledge on this one, but we've been on that federal waiver in which we were able to provide lunches for free, right? So we weren't collecting, we may have been getting federal funding, but this is local non-tax. So to the extent that we are collecting lunch money, that local non-tax number goes up or down. So if I took you back in history on this line, you'd see that back in the day, we were $5, $6, $7 million.
So what time of year it's the state legislature that puts in a more of an inflation rate per student? When does that happen? Is that a certain month? If there is an inflation factor, is that just?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm trying to remember.
I'm not trying to get.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to remember how many times so the state does a kind of an economic revenue forecast council report quarterly. And then I think that, I don't know. I can look into that for you.
That's okay.
I was trying to remember that. But I guess the point being that the last time that we ran the OSPI model compared to the time that we'd run it before work session 2, the inflation assumption changed in the model.
Has it ever gone down?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it can go
Sure.
either way.
Yeah, it floats.
Okay.
It's the statute. I'm mostly certain that the statute uses now, because it's changed so many times, CPI, not IPD, in inflating our per pupil cap. And so as the CPI restates, OSPI will put their new model up and use the new CPI number. And it was meaningful for us. We picked up about almost $2 million in collectible revenue as a result of that, because we're under the cap now. But that cap number moves around according to
That's interesting.
inflation, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. You've seen this slide as well, that breaks up, for those of you that have a real deep interest, I thought you might want to see the state revenue sources by revenue source type, to kind of unpack some of the increase. I'll leave that for your reference.
And this is only state apportionment.
That is correct. So this is the state, and this is the local. Okay? And I left off, I don't have a graph for some of the local non-tax and some of the smaller things, but these are the two primary revenue sources. The third, obviously, being federal, the biggest being your titles and your ESSER, which we just reviewed. Okay? So now to get into expenditure, give me a second here to catch my breath. So there are a couple slides here that you see every month, but I've added a wrinkle, and I want to go over the wrinkle. So this is the slide you see every month that tracks fund balance by month. And this is the slide you see every month that tracks the ratio of revenue to expense cumulatively each month, right? So here's the wrinkle. You remember both in this slide, which has that very strange V in it, remember that? Conversation about the V. And then this slide, which has a modified V on it in the ratio there in the month of January. And we had a lot of discussion about that, right? That was when we started to make more aggressive ESSER claims. So this, oh no, this version doesn't have it. Shoot. All right, I'm gonna have to describe it to you. I have a slide for you that I'm gonna have to describe. So what I did was I created this graph, but then I showed you what it would look like without the ESSER claim.
Oh,
So when we talk about the structural deficit and we talk about what we're planning for in 24, 25, that's the key thing. So it's not credible to say we're fine right now. We got plenty of cash, we're fine. So again, I don't want to get everybody's hackles up. We're fine right now. But when you look up into the future and planning for a world in which we do not have that ESSER, it's really important to keep track of how significant that gap is and what your plan is. And so this way of looking at it shows what that gap would be this year if you didn't claim that. So I'm going to need to email that one slide to you.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, no, I spent a lot of time on it. I'm bummed out I didn't upload the right copy, so.
That's cool.
But let me cut to the chase. It's significant.
Yeah.
It's very significant. It sends that purple bar considerably lower than everything else you see on this graph. So I will send that, and I apologize that after getting you all excited about it, I can't deliver the graph.
And that'll definitely be in our August presentation though, right?
Yes, I will. In fact, I can get it to you in a half an hour, really. I just email it to you if you want.
Perfect.
These graphs you see regularly. I'll be brisk with these. This is 4 years worth of raw employee data broken down by certificated and classified. The takeaway here, certificated staffing we've been able to sustain and actually increase. Classified staffing remains relatively flat. An interesting dynamic there is that the labor markets for the two types of staff are really quite different. For reasons that I don't fully understand, but it's hard to hire for a lot of our classified positions out there in the labor market. And we have done a variety of things to try to combat that. This is the same data, but represented in a ratio fashion. So on this graph, you saw that certificated staffing is increasing, but classified staffing in an aggregate was flat. In the ratio, you're seeing them both go down. Why is that? The drop in enrollment, right? So the staff per student continues to drop, meaning it is a higher investment, meaning it's richer. Does that make sense? All right, here's a slide we need to spend some time on. This is the aggregate staffing. So the last time we talked to you, I think Ms. Frazier and Human Resources talked to you about the basic education staffing. This is now the aggregate staffing, at least in the moment of time that we created the budget. There's fluidity on staffing, obviously. So this compares actuals and budget. So let's take a look here. When you compare the 2021-22 budget, which is your second bar, and your 22-23 budget, which is your fourth bar, two things are true. Okay? The first is that just overall, we're up 22.95. Okay? But that's not the full story, because you see we're highlighting for you the dark blue. Over half of that is for our new virtual academy. So when you look at non-ESSER funded positions, as of about a month ago when we did this, and what you will see reflected in the budget, when you look at non-ESSER funded positions, we're down 5. Okay? So you see an increase in positions funded by ESSER, but non-ESSER aggregate is more or less flat, a little bit down, okay? That's an important thing, that's an important slide in terms of the budget and kind of understanding what's going on here, okay? You've seen this slide before, but this is the base student rate that we allocate for MSOC, just to give you a little historical perspective that last year we reached our highest per student allocation and maintained that, but really the true story is that we have enhanced that considerably by virtue of our ESSER mini grants. So, got a couple of notes on that as well. We have 40 total applications coming from 24 schools for the current school year. So that means that some schools had more than one application, which we allowed them to do. Keep in mind, the schools that didn't apply, some of them are still trying to spend either their LAP dollars, their title dollars. They've already got funds available to do the thing it is that they want to do. For many of the schools that didn't, they're coming to ESSER mini grants. Total grant approval was over 500,000, excuse me, total amount applied for was over $700,000. Total grant approved, $563,000. Now, we indicate 14,083 here, but just to be clear, the average award amount per school, not per grant, are you with me on that? Because the average award amount per school was over $23,000, okay? And so we've seen some really, really interesting things going on in schools. Schools doing before and after school programs, professional development, some schools working with Sylvan or some of our community-based organizations, but a great deal of variety, and all of which tied to the school improvement plans, because the EDLEs are really a critical, they're really kind of running this program, I must say, that the EDLEs have really stepped up to make sure that there's some decentralization in terms of what principals get to decide to do, but that there's alignment with the strategic priorities of the school. Okay? You've seen the next few slides, which is an overview of the basic education staffing. I don't think, Jamie, I just told Jamie I'm happy to just kind of go through the slides since you've seen them before, but if you have any questions, I think we have somebody on the line too, but this is not new information for you, just want to make sure it's out there for the public to comment on. The key thing that I want to be clear, because you hear different things, is we did not cut the staffing levels this year. When I say staffing levels, the staffing, basic ed staffing ratios remain the same. The only thing that's changing, obviously, is you're applying those ratios to a lower enrollment, right? So when we talk about cutting staffing, let's make sure we understand first, no change to the allocation rate, and two, no actual human being teacher is being displaced from the Kent School District as a result of our change in enrollment projection, okay? A job was found for those, considering attrition and whatnot. No individual teacher, Joe or Jane person, is not able to return as a result of our adjustment to enrollment.
Can I ask a question of the superintendent? Nurses, our situation with that staffing and actual filled positions, is that whole?
Yes, so are the same nurses that we've had in the past in terms of FTE, I believe it's 21 FTE, in addition to some agency nurses that are needed in areas of medically fragile students or one-to-ones that we still need. So we still are in pretty good shape. We've grown that over the years, by the way, but so have our needs. So, but we're lucky that we continue to staff it. It's just finding them now for those needs.
And we got an increased apportionment from the state for nurses as well, right, based on some legislation that passed?
I believe so. I'll let Mr. Eric answer that.
Yes, we did. So all school districts received a change in the staffing allocation. for most of us, it didn't exceed the amount we actually currently hire. This is the state kind of backfilling what, the underfunded amount. It's not as if like they gave us 50 nurses and we only have 20, that kind of thing. It was more that they were getting closer to what we're already doing. I should note with that the state has developed a fairly elaborate compliance structure now. So after giving us this funding for social emotional, I think they're calling it student health-related staff, they're going to audit districts to make sure that they are spending and staffing at the rate that they are funding. And we've run the model twice now, and we're in excess of that already. So I wouldn't expect to have any problems with it.
That just means that the funding that we were spending on that is now going to be put elsewhere, I'm assuming, right?
That's right.
Not general
Like,
fund, right?
for example, the cost of giving a COLA, for example.
Yep, correct.
This is also a slide that you've seen before, highlighting the net difference of 42.5 FTE based on that enrollment adjustment. This reflects the recent history of the number of basic ed classrooms and the associated splits. So even with a very modest increase in splits, we're still considerably lower than the 2021 figure. And then the final slides here, there's some kind of data table slides that are more kind of disclosure slides. I realize they kind of come off as technical. Couple things to highlight here. So on the expenditure side, the one thing I want to point out is about halfway down the bottom, you see a line that says federal SLFRF, and then you go all the way over and it says 9.39 million. So this is yet another new brand of funding. So you're well aware of the ESSER dollars and what's going on with that. This was the enrollment stabilization money that we received from the state literally this month, all in one lump sum. It's really hard to adjust in the middle, like, here's some money in May for the year you're about to finish, The guidance we have received is that we got to treat this as a separate category of federal aid, and we need to spend it by the end of next school year. So we've kind of weaved it in to the basic ed regular instruction program. So whatever reduction you're seeing up top is kind of mitigated by the increase here. You can kind of see them almost as the same thing, but we will be using that money to support basic ed staffing, which is what it's for. But you'll see it as a separate line, and we have to show it that way for auditing purposes, and we need to spend every dime of it by the end of next school year.
And Mr. Eric, and correct me if I'm wrong, this will be the last year that we receive that enrollment
That's what we've been told.
stabilization dollar?
That's what we've been
So I
told.
wanted the board to be aware of that, and we received less than we've received in the previous 2
That's
years
right.
as well.
That's right.
Back one, please. Okay, so in revenues, transfers in was 2 million.
Yep.
Now it's 4 million and transfers out. How did
Yes.
that arrive?
So is that the ESSER claim movement? Yeah, so when we make a claim for, like, say, HVAC work, as counterintuitive as it seems, we've been advised that we need to, obviously that's a capital expense in that case. We claim it in the general fund, and we move, did I get that right? We have to show that as general fund revenue, and then we offset that cost in the capital fund. So you will see a larger amount of transfers in, transfers out, the more ESSER claims we make. I believe I got that correct. And it's really a new thing. We wouldn't be doing that otherwise if we didn't have those claims. We may not utilize that 4 million. Part of it was you guys approved a budget extension earlier this year to allow us to start that process this summer. So some of it'll be, how much of that do we do this summer, and then how much carries over into next year?
Mr. Eric, just a question that the $9,399,734.
Yes.
Did we not actually already spend that and now we're just getting it back because you're paying all along?
Yeah,
Or am
good
I
question.
incorrect on that?
Good question. I guess in a manner of speaking, I mean,
I'm
from
just-
an accounting standpoint, here's I understand what you're getting at, and I want to say yes to what you just said, but we literally, it's not, with ESSER, we spend the money, then we go ask for reimbursement.
Right,
This is actually being handled differently.
right,
They literally sent us a check for
yep,
$9,399,000 last month, and we deposited it in the bank. So it sits on our books in a way that the ESSER money does not. So technically, have we spent it? No, but I think the spirit of what you're saying is, well, but we already suffered the enrollment loss, and we already
That's
paid
what
for.
I'm saying.
Yes, in
Yeah.
effect,
okay, I just want to understand that in my own mind.
yes, in effect, yes.
Okay.
I don't think I explained that $4 million correctly to you, so can we make a note of that? I'm going to come back to that.
Sure,
I know that lots of people watch this presentation, and, I get emails, so I'm going to come back to you on that.
that's fair.
Appreciate.
Okay, this is also an important slide. I realize it's a big data table. But keep in mind that some of this is, we never want anybody to be able to say we don't show the full deal, right? So some of this is just disclosure. So here's what this shows. This is the first time you will have seen this. And this is really showing, okay, based on all the staffing decisions, all the decisions about the investments, 1 through 6 we talked about earlier, based on the revenue we think we're going to get, net, full revenue, full expense, what's the end result, right? So obviously, we don't know what our current year fund balance is going to be. I have to say, I think the number in here is probably a little low, but we'll have a chance to go through the OSPI technical review, and they'll, we'll come to a number. But what you want to concentrate on are the two numbers here in the second to last column. Okay, $497 million of projected general fund revenue, right? The biggest chunks of which we reviewed, right, which is the local levy, ESSER, state apportionment. And then on the bottom, $512 million of total expense, okay? Expenses larger than revenue. I'm going to talk to you about that in a second. Net operating deficit budgeted of 15.2 million. Okay. And so, this will be now, I think I want to have this discussion because this came up, this continues to come up. Based on our history in Kent, some of what we went through, I want you to understand that when we budget for everything. And the reality is we don't spend everything, right? That's the true reality of a municipal organization. You have vacancies. You have people who have budgets who don't spend every last dollar. So do I expect that we're going to have a $15 million actual true operating deficit next year? I don't. I don't expect that because I expect that we'll have unexpended funds from vacancies and things of this nature, right? So that is a sort of an upper bound estimate where the expenditures are what we would say fully borne, and the revenues are what we would think of our true, actual, realistic revenue numbers, okay? So while it is true that your budget will show an operating deficit, I think you'll probably quickly learn as soon as we approve it, we get into October, November, when you start seeing what's happening, it'll be the same as we've seen in prior years, which is that there is a sort of an assumption there. But that's the approach that we've taken, and I think it's served us well. We're better off than we were. And it's clean. It's a clean way to budget. Okay. So I think I've got some important slides here in a limited amount of time, so I'm gonna. So in August, you'll get an F-195F from us. That's the 4-year outlook, okay? And included in that will be things like how we're planning for 2024. We're about to transition into making ESSER 3 claims as a district. And I think as we mentioned earlier, you know, the general fund is not the only fund. But to tell you the truth, there's not a tremendous amount that's going on in the transportation vehicle fund, the debt service fund, or the ASB fund. In terms of, from a budgeting standpoint, it's been fairly conventional. The only thing is the capital fund and the plans for a 2024 bond measure and whether or not we assume revenue based on a successful bond measure and a subsequent bond sale. So the budget that you'll get will have that optimistic assumption that we succeed, that we sell a bond, that we see revenues for that in, you know, in the out years. We're in the midst of the KSD virtual school launch, and as you know, that's 12 staff. That's 12, I think it's 12.4 staff, and a major investment of the district to launch that initiative. And really what I want you to focus on here is 2024. So 2024 is very important for at least 4 reasons. And then you'll see the little grid there at the bottom. Both our EP&O and capital come up again in 2024. Our first year of collection on the capital bond would be in 2024, even if we run it actually in front of the voters in 2023. The last year of ESSER funding, our ability to commit the funding, is 23-24. So 24-25 is that next year. You see how 2024, it keeps coming up here? And so when we talk about 2024, and we, again, structural deficit is a scary term. I want to be clear. Virtually every school district has a structural deficit right now. Okay, so I don't want to heighten the anxiety, but some districts will plan for it and others won't, and we will be the district that plans for it. Okay, and so what it means is that we are relying on a multi-year fashion on funds that will ultimately go away, and not a small amount of funds, right? So when we talk about that structural deficit, the next step for us, and what you will see reflected in the F-195F, that 4-year outlook, is literally every single ESSER-funded staff person and every ESSER-funded initiative and the money that we've relied on for these stabilization claims. What is our plan for every single one of those things? As difficult and as inconvenient as that is going to be, and as much as we have tried to avoid using that money for ongoing costs, it's essentially unavoidable when you're talking about $100 million, okay? So that is the final thought that I want to leave you with here today, that most of these very important, crucial future decisions won't be so much about what we launch, but what we choose to continue.
Yeah.
And how we continue it, and how we talk to our community about that. And then I just wanted to finish on this slide. So this, I've been here now 5 years, I just realized, and this slide was presented to the board 5 years ago as the 5 goals of finance in 2018. And it was interesting perspective to come back to this slide. None of you were on the board at that time, as I recall. But at the time, it was a really big deal, for example, to get our bond rating back up, to get our fund balance above 5%. In fact, we didn't have a fund balance. To eliminate, remember, we had an interfund loan. We were loaning ourselves money from the capital fund to make payroll. So proud to say that we are in a fundamentally different place. But these challenges are replaced by new ones as we enter a post-ESSER era. That completes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Haven't done this in a while. The capital bond requires does it require a percentage of the previous vote total?
60%.
But not previous vote.
No, it's not,
Yeah,
So,
there's a two-prong, with capital, unlike EP&O, there's a two-prong criteria. You have to obviously have 60%, but then you have to have a minimum number.
yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
I can't remember what the minimum number is and how
Yeah.
it's calculated, but there is one.
Is that, I think,
Of the voting,
the vote, like, yeah, I think I know what you're saying now.
Yeah.
The part where like, you have to take who voted last November.
Yeah.
you have to get a certain percentage, yeah.
But then, but what is that? I don't even
Yeah,
remember that.
you can't have 10 people vote and 6 people vote yes, and it's okay.
Yeah,
We can get you that, but I believe that's true.
there is a threshold based on, was it last presidential election or just last?
no,
I'll send it.
last full election.
I owe you a slide, so I'll send that to you.
Okay.
Oh, that would be great, yeah. You should know that. I'm curious, great presentation.
Thank you very much.
I always like listening to you, you're very clear.
Thank you.
And I have a lot of trust, so.
Thank you
you're
very much.
working for me.
Well, I appreciate that.
I need you. I'm curious, what kind of a conversation are we having with our partners that are receiving a lot of this ESSER funds?
Yeah.
Because I've been talking to some of these community people that receive these, and I said,
Yeah.
you're going to have to find a way to sustain yourself.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if we're doing that with a lot of them, saying, our support, we would love to support you 100% all the time, but there's not the budget for that, unless
Yeah.
something changes. And are you, use this time to go out and find other sources so you can make it sustainable? Are we having those conversations?
Well, I have those conversations with the people in contacts that I have. With every bit of literature that we've had and contracts and where we try to sprinkle all the language on there about, this is one-time revenue. And thankfully, I got to give it, like our community-based organizations are very sophisticated organizations, I have to say. Like they're not novice at this. They're pretty sophisticated groups, and they understand. And in some sense, they've been through it before with, we've had other waves of federal aid. So I do try to reinforce that. And I have to say it is for all of the districts. Some districts are out there cutting staff right now, right? Districts that did not receive a lot of ESSER funding, that experienced the same cuts. Other districts who did receive ESSER funds, but needed every last dime just to keep the staff they had, are not in the position to offer the robust summer school, are not in the position to do ESSER mini grants, are not in the position to start a virtual school, to do some of the ads that we are doing, right? We are kind of that third category, if you're following me, which is that we do need that money for the stabilization part of it, but there's also the new part of it, the new investments that we've made. And that's a privileged place to be. That's it's a fortunate that we've been able to offer our students and our families new direct services and programs to improve student achievement. Some districts have relied on this just to stay afloat. And so that's what makes our fourth year all the more difficult. Because the new stuff is not permanently new unless a new revenue source avails itself.
I just think it's been an excellent presentation. I came in here in kind of a downer mood, but I'm very uplifted by your
Very good.
presentation.
Well, I'm pleased to do it.
Thank you so much for all, and all your team.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Eric.
And now I'd just like to say that it is 5:58, but we're going into an executive session. think we should take a photo. Oh, okay, that's what we talked about, okay. Okay.
Everything is the same.
Appreciate that very much, thank you.
Director Farah also has a copy.
Okay. Terrific. Okay,
Good, Leslie? You're good with the protocol?
I think so. Who knows? I'm gonna just do my best.
Yes.
That's all I can do. Okay.
Ready for this?
Good evening. We are done with our executive session, so we're now for our regular meeting. At this particular time, I'd like to call the meeting to order. I'd like to announce just some housekeeping items that Director Farah, Dr. Jewel Harmon, our Chief Accountability Officer, Mrs. Joyce Wilson, Executive Director of Human Resources, Ms. Simone Hamilton, Director of Equity and Strategic Engagement. They'll all be on Zoom, but they are with us tonight. First up on the agenda is the roll call. And we proceed with the roll call in this mannerism. I'll call the name, and our board directors will say present or not. And I'll start off with Vice President Leno.
Present.
Director Farah? Coming? We just saw him a little while ago.
On the way.
All right. Maybe we should just move on. He is here, because we just saw him.
He's logged in.
Okay. All right, I'm just going to move on here. And Director Bettinger is absent tonight, and Director Clark.
President.
And I'm also here, obviously, present tonight. All right. Again, excited to see a room full of people. It's nice that we can be back in open public meeting. And we welcome the public's participation in this board meeting, and thank those of you who have come to the meeting and those who are viewing via live stream. The purpose of the board meeting is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to but not respond to comments from the visitors. Those wishing to comment must complete a comment card and turn it into Ms. Zentella over here before the meeting begins, or no later than, and I'm going to repeat that, no later than the beginning of the legislative update. No cards will be accepted after that report is begun. Visitors who have completed a comment card indicating a desire to speak to an agenda item will be called at the portion of the agenda. There's a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow for extra time for you to make your way to the boardroom if you are in an overflow room. I don't think we have that tonight. When it is your turn to address the board, please state your name at the start of your testimony. Public comment will be heard after the opening during preliminary communications from the audience at specific agenda items and during final communication from the audience. Students will be the first to speak on any topic. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. You will hear a timer when 3 minutes are up. Please do not use specific names of staff or students or personal identifiable information. Abusive public comments personally toward staff or board members will not be tolerated. The president may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when it is too lengthy, obscene, or irrelevant. Per board procedure, written material to provide board members with background information should be submitted to the superintendent's office at least 1 week in advance. Now I would like to call on Director Farah to read the land acknowledgement.
Actually, I think that's
Director Clark.
me.
Oh, Director Clark,
There you
excuse me.
go. We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and Puget Sound.
Okay, I'm going to turn to our interim superintendent Vela and ask if there's any changes to our agenda.
Yes, thank you, President Hamada. A supplemental personnel report has been added to the consent agenda as item 11.09.
All right, I'll entertain a motion at
I
this point.
move to approve the agenda with the addition of 11:09 for tonight.
I second.
Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of accepting the agenda as written with the addition of 11.09 signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. All righty. So now we're on to, oops.
President Hamada, did we do the pledge, or did I miss that?
Oh, we did miss that. Thank you very much for, all right, who's going to do the pledge tonight? Mr. Buzzard, how about if you lead us? United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And please forgive me, I've got a lot on my mind tonight. Obviously, I'm going to make mistakes, and I'll try to correct them as we go along. All righty. Okay. Oops. We're on to 2.0, and on 2.0, I'd like to call on Vice President Benno to read the proclamation. And is Mr. Sam Gill in the audience tonight? There he is. Okay. We're going to present the proclamation to rising senior Sam Gill of Saga. Would you like to stand, Mr. Gill? And go ahead.
Do you want me to read the proclamation?
Yes.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you for being here, Sam. Proclamation, State of Washington. Whereas Washington State recognizes that one of its greatest strengths is the diversity of its people, and whereas Washington State has a longstanding tradition of upholding the dignity of the individual and supporting legal equality and fair treatment for all people regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity, and ensuring that acts of discrimination and hatred will not be tolerated. And whereas members of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, non-binary, queer, two-spirit, and intersex communities, or LGBTQ+, contribute to our state's success and strength in a great number of immeasurable ways. And whereas the LGBTQ+ community continues to be a target of violence, harassment, and discrimination by many, and yet continue to thrive through the support of LGBTQ+ affirming spaces, agencies, and individual allies. And whereas many states throughout our nation continue to systemically persecute LGBTQ+ people by passing anti-LGBTQ+ legislation targeting LGBTQ+ families, children, transgender athletes, and students. And whereas the state of Washington has positioned itself as a safe place for LGBTQ people with expanded protections for all, and whereas lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, asexual, aromantic, queer, two-spirit, non-binary, and intersex Washingtonians invite all people to join them during the month of June in celebrating the resiliency and contributions of the community with appropriate COVID precautions and safety during this ongoing pandemic. Now, therefore, the governor proclaims June 2022 as LGBTQ+ Pride Month. In Washington, it encourages people in our state to join in celebrating diversity and promoting inclusion and equality, equal protection under the law, and further encourages people in joining and eliminating discriminatory policies and practices toward any culture, race, or group. And yes, Sam Gill, I'm gonna have a copy of this proclamation for you.
And let's have a photo op too.
You wait to get his camera. Give just a second.
right, and we're now on to 2.02. Miss Gwen Ellen Carsons and her husband, we're going to be here to accept that in person. Gwen is not well. For your information, Gwen is the Executive Director of the Kent Black Action Commission, and they put on a big Pride celebration here in Kent, which was recognized, and we're sorry that she can't be here to accept it in person, but reading the proclamation tonight will be Director Fair. Director Fair is on screen.
Thank you, President Hamada. State of Washington Proclamation, whereas on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation and Proclamation setting in motion the end of slavery in the United States, and whereas it was not until June 19, 1865, that it was announced to those still enslaved in Texas, the people are informed that in accordance with the proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. And whereas the celebration of the end of slavery, which became known as Juneteenth, is the oldest known public celebration of the end of slavery in the United States. And whereas Juneteenth commemorates the role played by the ancestors of Black Americans in this nation's continual quest for freedom for all of humanity. And whereas Juneteenth honors the contribution of Black Americans in the building of the nation. And whereas on a larger scale, the celebration of Juneteenth reminds each of us of the precious promises of freedom, equality, and opportunity, which are at the core of the American dream. And whereas the Washington State Legislature passed legislation in 2021 that makes Juneteenth a legal state holiday. And whereas on June 16, 2021, Congress passed Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, establishing June 19th as the 12th U.S. public legal holiday. Now, therefore, I, Jay Inslee, Governor of the State of Washington, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth in the State of Washington, and I urge all people in our state to become aware of the significance of this celebration in the heritage of our nation and state. Signed, first day of June, 2022, Governor Jay Inslee.
And could we all just recognize that by an applause this evening? All right, we're on to 2.03 in our recognitions, and this is the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee. I'm going to read all the names on that committee, and they've met for almost 3 years. We really appreciate it, if nothing else, all the hard work that went into that, and getting together as a group and constantly meeting and, coming up with lots of great ideas. We need involvement from our citizens. We need to listen to our citizens. The co-chairs of that committee were Paul Bogle, who is not here this evening. He's vacationing, I understand. And with us tonight is Mr. Michael Lewis. And if you'd like to stand, Michael, please, and come up to the podium here. And I'm going to read the names of the representatives and that were on that committee, and if any of the others are here tonight, please come up and join. Michael Zulaya Bonzokleks was a student representative, and forgive me if I butchered that name. Patrick Fry was a classified representative. Zachary Kiefer was a community representative. Carla Lance was a community representative. Jaden Parker was a past student representative. Christy Pajonka was a community representative. Barbara Poindner was a community representative. Yvonne Steed was a community representative, and Brooke Valentine. And all those people, let's give them a big hand, first of all. And we have certificates for all of them. This is for Michael, and I'm going to turn this over to our interim superintendent.
Sure.
And you mind just opening that up so I can see it? Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for your service. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Michael, would you like to say just a few words at the microphone?
Yes. So I'll just read you our last communication that we sent to the board. Dear President Hamada, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Vela, the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee wishes to communicate our latest status with respect to our mission and continued service. One of the major charges for the committee was to create a financial dashboard to identify key drivers of expense and revenue that would help the board and wider KSD community spot early warning indicators of financial deterioration. A beta version of this dashboard was forwarded to the board on February 6, 2022 for their evaluation, test drive, and feedback. Thus far, we have received input from one board member. We recognize that pressing priorities of the board, particularly with respect to the superintendent selection, have hampered the board's ability to fully evaluate the dashboard. What feedback we have received indicates that the dashboard will be a useful tool to the board and community. Further, we understand that going forward, district administration and finance personnel will be able to update and produce the dashboard on a regular basis. CFAC is very pleased with this ownership of the dashboard by the district, as it will ensure full and accurate integration with broader financial reporting. From CFAC's perspective, this is a fundamental and critical requirement, and we are gratified by this commitment. As the dashboard is produced and evaluated over time, there will likely be necessary improvements to increase its value and relevance to changing financial metrics. We believe the district is best positioned to make those changes to facilitate their regular financial reporting to the board. As we have shared several times, we hold Mr. Rarick and his staff in high confidence with respect to the integrity and transparency of their work. Regarding the future of CFAC, we believe now is an appropriate time to release the committee from its continued work. We have met for over 3 years and have fulfilled the major duties assigned to our group. While financial headwinds lie ahead with respect to uncertainty over future enrollment and state funding, these concerns are well identified and understood by the school district. Budget driving assumptions are conservative and prudent. Key financial personnel with the district are competent and highly knowledgeable, so long as these strengths remain in place and are appropriately monitored. Challenges facing the district should not manifest from internal financial surprise. We thank the board for your support during our tenure and hope our work has been of value to you and the district. Should the board wish to reconvene a committee in the future, we recommend opening its membership again to the KSD committee and commissioning their work with more focused agenda. Sincerely, the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee, Paul Bogle, co-chair, Michael Lewis, co-chair, Zuleika Bonzalaks, Zach Kiefer, Carla Lance, Christy Pachenyuk, Barbara Poinier, Yvonne Steed, and Brooke Valentine.
And if you'd all please join me in a round of applause. And sincerely, Mr. Lewis and all those people, I've been to your committee meetings, and not enough, apparently. But I think the work that you did and the time commitment of that is greatly appreciated. And I look for in the fall that we're going to right? Interim Superintendent, we're going to unveil that dashboard, and I think you're going to, another tool for you to be able to, we have it in our district control. We have somebody that's going to be looking and monitoring at it. So again, we're trying to be extremely transparent to our community with our finances, that any tool that helps you understand your tax dollars, these schools belong to you, all of you. And we want you to know what's going on with that. So again, thank you, Michael. Thanks for coming tonight, and have a restful vacation for the rest of the year. You've earned it. You definitely earned it. Thank you. Now we're on to 3.0, preliminary communication from the audience.
Actually, when
Oops, I'm sorry. There I go again. I'm going to get this thing done, I guess, tonight. Excuse me, and maybe we should just excuse this one. 2.04, recognition for the board directors. That's probably why I skipped over it.
You can't take that opportunity away from you. Thank you so much, President Hamada. I'd like to take this opportunity tonight that I will begin this recognition by expressing sincere gratitude for our board members. This gratitude reflects the fact that they are ordinary citizens with an extraordinary dedication to our students, families, staff, and community. Our board members serve as elected officials, with each providing such a critical service to our community, because public education is the mainstay of American culture. As trustees for the community schools, our school board is responsible and accountable for vision, structure, advocacy, and accountability. Specifically, the board's functions lie in the following areas. It is the role of each member to be an advocate for continuous improvement in our district as they study, discuss, and research so they can make informed decisions on countless complex issues. The job of a school board member is challenging and the hours long. Let us be the ones who always say thank you for their commitment to policymaking, planning, and advocacy for the benefit of children. Too often we forget about the personal sacrifices board members make. They spend hours in meetings and advocating for our schools. This is a time to show our appreciation and begin to better understand how the school board works together to achieve our district mission of successfully preparing all students for their futures. As we finish the school year, please join with me in saluting these ordinary citizens who have gone above and beyond to serve our community. We applaud them for their vision and their willingness to accept the responsibility of providing governance to the Kent School District. The board members serving Kent School District are President Leslie Hamada, who began serving in 2019 and is in her second term as president of the board. She has served in many roles and on many committees in the area, always with a focus on giving back to community. We thank Ms. Hamada for her leadership and dedication. Vice President Joe Bennell was appointed to fill a vacant board position in February of 2021 and was elected in November of 2021. He is serving in his first term as vice president of the board. We applaud Mr. Bennell for teaching in another nearby school district during the day and dedicating his time and talents to serving our students and families here in the Kent School District. Legislative Representative Awali Farah is our newest board member who began his service to our community in 2021. He immediately stepped up to take on the role of legislative representative. The legislative representative serves as the point of contact for legislative updates and advocacy efforts. We thank Mr. Farah for his willingness to step into leadership role and fill this critical position on our school board. Director Michelle Bettinger began serving on the school board in 2019. She served one term as vice president. We thank her for her service to the students and families of this district and wish her well as she moves forward to other opportunities in our community. Director Tim Clark began serving on the current school board in 2021, but he is not new to the district. He also previously served on the school board during the tenure of Dr. Edward Lee Vargas. We are happy to welcome him back and thank him once again for heeding the call to serve this community. As a former longtime educator with strong ties to our community, we thank Mr. Clark for his dedication and many years of serving in public office. Let's give our esteemed board members another round of applause and thanking them for being ordinary citizens with extraordinary dedication to successfully preparing all students for their futures. Please join me.
On behalf of the board, thank you. Now we can move right along, fast. We're on to preliminary communication from the audience. The in-person public comments will be made up to 30 minutes. Order of the comments will be in-person general comments, online general comments, in-person general comments, online comments, keeping in mind that students are first. Okay, we have no student comments tonight, so we're going to start off with Annie Robertson. Ms. Robertson, you'll join us at the podium, please.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm here to speak today in regards to the book challenges of Jack and Other Parts, and If I Was Your Girl. As a parent and advocate of the right of kids to read, I believe removing these books would be a terrible disservice to your students. I strongly urge you to keep these books on the shelves at Cedar Heights and to uphold the freedom to read for all students in our community. The Supreme Court has ruled that the right of all children to read books free of viewpoint discrimination is guaranteed by the First Amendment. Guaranteed by the First Amendment. Not everyone in our community shares the views of those who are opposed to Jack of Hearts and If I Was Your Girl. And the challengers have no right to impose their views on others or demand that the library reflect their personal preferences. If parents do not want their children to read a particular book, then they may talk to their kids about it. But they may not infringe upon the rights of others to read or tell other parents what their children may read. Furthermore, restricting access to the book will only chill free expression in our community. And I'd just like to give you some numbers that are a reminder of why LGBT representation in literature matters. 9 out of 10 LGBTQ students regularly confront teasing, bullying, and violence. Violence. LGBTQ students are 140 times more likely than heterosexual students to miss school due to safety concerns. 1 out of 3 LGBTQ youth attempt suicide or have suicidal thoughts. Youth in schools with pro-LGBTQ policies report fewer thoughts of suicide. When LGBTQ youth do not see themselves represented in the stories or artwork around themselves, they can internalize negative messages about the value of their own personal stories. My child is identifying as a non-binary. My child frequently experiences bullying and name-calling at their schools. It's wonderful that Cedar Heights has a librarian that supports that community. Removing those books will send the message to those kids that their lives don't matter and that they are to be quiet and not seen. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
All right, we're next up to Miss Nancy Deliza. Would you like to go to the podium, please?
My name is Nancy Delizo, and I'm speaking on behalf of friends who actually have children in the school district. I do not. I apologize for any bullying that the latest mother has had for her daughter. That's not acceptable. These are not things that we're making up. These are in the books that are in the school. So it's not us reflecting a certain anything.
Ma'am?
It's what's,
Could you please just address the board?
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
okay.
Thank you. Continue.
It's these things that are put into the books that we're asking the children to be okay reading. Talking about different relationships is one thing. What you're seeing on these signs are pages, excerpts out of books that are in the classes. And that's actually what we want to be brought up in discussions about specific things like that. So that's really what our concern is seeing things like this in written form in the schools. That's the primary concern of having that in the local libraries. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Next up is Mark Bacon.
Bills are not inside the classroom. They're in the libraries.
Hey, no, we're not engaging in here. Go ahead, Mr. Go to the podium, please. This is not the time to do that.
School Board, I'm grateful to be able to address you. My name's Mark Bachand. We raised 5 children in the school system, Kent School District specifically, from 1994. They were in the school district through 2012. Parents are responsible for their children's education. There are some areas of education that parents ask the public schools to do. Math, science, writing, and reading are the primary areas. However, sex education is an area where parents are the responsible party. Teachers and administrators have no business teaching our children about sex, nor that children who do not like their gender can change it. The latter is not even within our power to change. Psalm 139, 13 and 14 says, For you formed my inmost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. I praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are your works, and I know this very well. I appeal to you, board members, to refocus the teaching of the Kent School District on STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, and reading and writing, to move the Kent School District back to one of the top school districts in the state for preparing students for a college education, which they were 40 years ago. Respectfully, Mark Bachand.
And Mr. Bichon, I'd like to apologize for slaughtering your name. I'm terrible about names. I do it across the board, and I want everybody to know that that it's just a problem I have. I work on it. I'm not good. So, all right. Now we're on to online comments, and Ms. Centella.
Thank you, President Hamada, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Vela. We have received 3 comments, none of which are agenda specific. The first one was submitted by Lisa Templeton. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Vela. I realize you are not voting on this matter this evening, so I am submitting this as a general comment. I urge you to ratify the Instructional Material Committee's decision to keep Jack of Hearts out of our middle school libraries. My opinion has nothing to do with sexual orientation or identity. It is about protecting the innocence of our children. As many other community members have stated in previous meetings, this book is easily obtained outside of school. That does not mean that it is appropriate for school. Please demonstrate your respect for the diversity of family values and boundaries in our district by insisting that pornographic material not be provided for our kids. The graphic depictions in this book cannot be unseen, potentially leading students to confusion, negative mental health ramifications, and unsafe behaviors. Adolescents can be expected to decide for themselves what they want to read, but the available alternatives can't be unlimited. None of the choices should serve to sexualize the child. Responsible grown-ups provide options for kids within certain parameters, thus facilitating development of a sense of autonomy and mastery. Would you allow the babysitter to read this book to your kids, grandkids, or other young family members? Then please don't condone it for our middle schoolers. Thank you for your time. The next comment was submitted by Emily Behan. Dear members of the board, my nephew attends one of your schools and identifies as non-binary. I am deeply concerned by the recent removal of some LGBTQ plus materials from the library at the school they will attend next year. I'm someone who was raised in a conservative home in a conservative school district with no access to these types of materials. And I firmly believe that this sort of censorship is unacceptable and un-American. I am raising my own 3 children to accept and love all people, regardless of orientation or how they identify, but not all children have such supportive homes. Children are fully capable of thinking for themselves, and the erasure of people considered other only does harm to our society. Please consider the lives of all peoples and their right to exist and be accepted when making these sorts of responses to some random parent's complaint. Respectfully, Emily Behan of Pasadena, California. The last online comment, and I believe submitted comments for the evening, was submitted by Robert P. Allred. Members of the board, Superintendent, I am saddened to hear that Director Bettinger has chosen to resign her position. It is unfortunate that the board has created and maintained the environment that has been toxic to someone so willing to do the hard work our district needs. Ms. Bettinger, thank you for your dedicated, transparent, and valued work to improve KSD. I wish you only the best. Thank you. That is the last comment for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Santillo. All right, we're on to 4.0, and that would be the interim superintendent report. Mr. Vella.
Thank you, President Hamada. Monday was the last day of school, and I want to say congratulations to our students, staff, and families for finishing the school year strong. It was an event-filled year with challenges of COVID-19, but we persevered, and I believe we are stronger due to our collective efforts in KSD. With much hard work and many long days, our students continue to learn, grow, and succeed. We are finishing the school year strong with completion or significant progress on the priority initiatives identified last fall. These initiatives were identified to support student success with a focus on equity and inclusion. Here are but a few of our successes. We returned to in-person learning after a year of hybrid and fully remote learning. We opened not 1, but 2 new schools in our district, the Kent Laboratory Academy and River Ridge Elementary Schools. This was made possible by the voter approval of the 2016 bond, which funded a majority of the buildings. Our students and staff, thank you. We established the Office of Equity and Strategic Engagement and look forward to even more positive change in our efforts to be an equitable and inclusive educational community. Our community voted yes on our 2022 educational programs and operations levy. We again thank our voters for supporting our goals and providing a high-quality education to all KSD students. This year, KSD's first virtual academy will open this fall. This non-traditional learning community will be another pathway for students to virtually pursue their educational goals. Our transition outreach program can boast of an impressive 65% employment rate for students after graduating the program, one of the highest in the state and the nation. We embarked on a collaborative school boundary review process that will lead to a better K-12 experience for all learners across the district. This year marked the first in-person graduation ceremonies in 2 years. We were inspired by the students and families in their celebrations because this is the why behind what we do. This year, over 70% of our graduates indicated they would attend post-high school education or training. Additionally, the class of 2022 earned more than $10 million in scholarship money. And this class experienced most of their high school journey amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Fortunately, they were able to finish their high school experience in person and finally walked across the stage to receive their diploma. They have been through so much and have continued to overcome with tenacity and perseverance. We extend our wholehearted congratulations, and we are enormously proud of our graduates. In finishing the school year strong, I want to recognize Park Orchard Elementary School for working hard to achieve the King County Level 3 Green School Award for water conservation, pollution prevention practices, and education. Glenbridge Elementary was also recognized as a King County Sustaining Green School for their work to sustain green practices. Congratulations to these recognitions for educating students and staff about why conservation is important to protect our environment. Starting strong. As we look to start the school year strong this fall, we are committed to effective communication with all families in our district. In the 2021-22 school year, there were 3,680 families that identified Spanish as their home language, which is approximately 14% of our students. To support our Spanish-speaking families as they navigate the educational system, we hired a full-time Spanish interpreter to support this work. I can happily share that for the first time, we translated our 2022-23 student calendar to Spanish so that these families can now print the calendar and hang it on the refrigerator if they so choose. I look forward to continuing to identify and support our families' needs as we work together to successfully prepare all students for their futures. Stay strong. Next, I want to tell you about one of our amazing alumni, Dr. John Taylor, a 1998 Kent Meridian High School graduate. Dr. Taylor was named 2022 National Athletic Director of the Year. He was also the recipient of the Life Changer of the Year award in 2019. Dr. Taylor was recognized for his many accomplishments, including launching new sports programs such as girls lacrosse, girls flag football, girls wrestling, and boys volleyball. Since 2017, John has been the athletic director at Irvington High School in Irvington, New Jersey. Congratulations to Dr. Taylor on receiving this prestigious award. I want to bring to your attention to one of our outstanding student athletes, Sarah Wright of Kentwood High School, who was named the 2022 Gatorade Washington Softball Player of the Year. This recognition signifies elite athletic excellence, academic achievement, and exemplary character. Sarah will now be considered for the Gatorade National Player of the Year title. Congratulations, Sarah, and we wish you well in your athletic and academic careers. We are proud of our school drama students and teachers for their exceptional productions this year. Each of our comprehensive high schools produce incredible musicals and have been recognized by the prestigious Fifth Avenue Theater High School Musical Awards. This year is the 20th anniversary of this Washington State competition, and Kent School District shows truly stood out. Fifth Avenue also named Special Honors Award winners. These awards are for the extraordinary people, those whose skills and talents are not always seen on the stage. Special honor as Outstanding Educator went to Jennifer Grajewski, Kent Ridge High School. Special honors, Educational Impact, Kent Meridian High School was under the helm of Mr. Jay Thornton, the original musical Unstable Connection. Special honors for parent support, Katie Inshu, Heiser of Kentwood High School. Special honors for student achievement, Nikki Domingo of Kentwood High School. Congratulations to our drama students, teachers, parents, and families on these achievements. I began this report with congratulations for finishing the school year strong. especially during the challenging circumstances caused by the pandemic. I want to end this report by reiterating that we will continue to monitor and adjust our practices and preparations for the next school year. For more information on vaccinations and to keep informed on COVID-19 updates, please visit the King County COVID-19 website. We have had many successes this school year, and through it all, we have kept moving forward in supporting our students to achieve our mission and live out our values of equity, excellence, and community. Thank you. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Vella. We're on to, if you haven't filled out a comment card, going, gone. This is your last chance. So if you haven't done that, from this point on, it's not going to be available. And now I'd like to call on Director Farah to give us the legislative update. Director Farah.
Thank you, President Hamada. I have a very short legislative report as there is not much activity with the legislative process at this time, and I would like to start by making appointments with the federal and local elected officials so that I can communicate to them what are the things that we need as soon as we can finalize the list of things that we've talked about June 1st. And I'm looking forward to also meeting individually with you, and then so that I can gather that and invite you to come along with me when I am speaking to the elected officials, and so that we are all on the same page. I will also continue having meetings with Interim Superintendent Bella and his office, so that I can make sure that our message is coherent and it's on point. We have the General Assembly coming up. We also have WASDA handbook coming out the end of summer. So looking forward, really excited. Yeah, I feel that we're gonna achieve a lot of important goals upcoming legislative session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Farah, and we want to get to those representatives before they get too busy and they won't listen to us.
Absolutely, and that's my plan, and do it as quickly as possible.
Yep. All right, we're on to 6.0, presentations, and very happy to see this on our agenda tonight, the Kent Educators of Color Grant presentation. And I'm going to call on Interim Superintendent for introductions. Mr. Vella.
Thank you, President. I'd like to now introduce to you Ms. Simone Hamilton, our Director of Equity and Strategic Engagement, who will be introducing our team tonight. Simone.
Thank you, Superintendent Vella. Good morning, members of the board, President Hamada. It's lovely to see all of you this evening, and thank you for your time. Last week when we were together, you listened to the students share their experiences and advocate for what they needed to continue growing their ability to be the leaders of our future world. And one of those needs that we learned about was connected to having teachers that were reflective of their diverse student body. And well, tonight I have the privilege of introducing a group of educational leaders in KSD who saw the same need as students and came together and leveraged the intersection of their experiences as educators with their commitment to equity by not only developing a program, but also identifying and acquiring resources to pilot it. I want to specifically acknowledge and thank them for their time and energy outside of the workday and the love that they put into bringing their intention to life as a collective unit in service of their peers and ultimately students. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the podium Denise Renteria, Marisa Windmill, Jesse McMorris, Tawona Gubina, and LaKenya Moss to the podium to share what they have planned for the upcoming school year. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're here to share with you our grant work for the next 3 years that will benefit Kent BIPOC educators and paraeducators. Kent Educators of Color Network presents CARE Grant Award recipient, National Education Association Great Public Schools Fund grant. Thank you. Now we're going to introduce the grant recipient and committee members.
Hi, I'm Jesse McMorris. I'm a third grade teacher at Panther Lake, and I'm in my first 3 years of teaching.
Hi, I'm Tuona Cabina, and I'm a national board certified teacher. I've taught 3rd through 5th grade at Ridgewood, 4th grade being my main grade level. And I am in my I'm right at 10 years of experience.
My name is LaKenya Moss, and I'm a 4th grade teacher at Panther Lake, and I just completed my 4th year of teaching.
Denise Renteria. I'm an ELL instructional coach at Cindy Hill Elementary. I've been with the Kent School District 9 years, came to pilot the dual language program, and this is my 31st year in teaching.
Good evening, distinguished KSD leaders. My name is Dr. Marisa Windmill. I'm a national board certified teacher. I have a doctorate in education leadership. My research focus on BIPOC women leaders. I just completed my 29th year of teaching, starting from the Philippines, Texas to Washington. This is my 6th year as a board member for our Washington State Professional Educator Standards Board, and co-founding leader of the Kent Educators of Color Network, Vice President of Filipino American Educators of Washington, and the Golden Apple Moment Awardee 2022. I'm standing here in front of you with my brilliant colleagues to share with you an empowering, transformational work we must all engage in.
Our grant is called the NEA CARE Grant because our goal is to cultivate, advance, retain our educators of color. A quick overview of what we'll be discussing with you today: the why, our need for more BIPOC educators of color in Kent; the what and how, key activities that we will be completing during our grant; and the when, a general timeline and yearly benchmarks.
So why are we doing this work? As you can see on this slide, this is the KSD teacher demographic trends, starting from 2017 to 2018, up to 2020 to 2021. As you can see on the line graph, the blue line represents the educators who are identified as white. The bottom lines represent the educators who are identified as non-white. And you can see the big gap. It is significantly, there is significant disparity. On the other side of the slide, you can see the demographics of teachers in 2020, 2021. As you can see, the bar, it's 81.5% representing our white educators. And as you can see, we have 3.9 Hispanic and Latino, and 6.8 Asian, and the Black or African American is only 3.5%. Next slide. Okay. Yeah, that's correct. This slide shows the KSD student demographic trends. So first, on the other side, you will see that the blue line, of course, is 33.7%. And then you can see that the other colored lines are close to each other. On On the other side, you can see the bar graphs. 28.5% are students who are white. 23.7% is our Hispanic or Latino, and then 21.5% are the Asian students. And so those are our top three student demographics. And you can see also the Black African American 31.1, two or more races 9.7, and Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander 3.2, and American Indian Alaska Native it's 0.3. Next slide. On this slide, you can see the comparison of our teacher and students. So we know that the three top demographics are the white, Hispanic, and Asian. On the other side of the teacher, we barely see the bar graphs there of educators of color. We know that representation matters, and this is our strategic goal to diversify our educator workforce. So there's really an important work to do, and we are ready to do the work through this grant.
So OSPI has defined an inexperienced teacher as a teacher with 5 years or less of teaching. If you are looking at this graph, that are just starting off with the first one, 0 through 5 years of teaching. That's more than 30% of the workforce, the teaching workforce in Kent, that is defined as inexperienced, and 50% of our workforce that's teaching is in their first 10 years of teaching. Also, with the grant, we saw that we kind of aligned pretty well with the current KSD blueprint. Some of the key activities that we will be doing will be growing leaders internally, having PD support, increasing the university and other advancements with our participants as well. So this graph shows that when I think of things like achievement gap and what we would need to do to help benefit our students, it would be just simply like hiring more teachers of color. We are very far off from even getting close to that. And I think with our grant, it very well will help that.
Our grant focus is the what? Create a professional learning community with mentors of color supported by the Union and the Kent Educators of Color Network. Retain at least 90% of educators of color participants through this work yearly. Emphasis on supporting educators of color within their first 10 years of teaching. Facilitate a professional growth plan, PGP, through OSPI, course for educators of color each year. We're going to recruit and retain 20 educators of para-educators and educators of color. We believe this program is not the only answer to supporting educators of color, but to start that would make the Kent School District a standout place for the future and longevity of educators of color. 5 to 10 alumni mentors. This will create a community of leaders that serve one another, creating a homegrown professional development for educators. 25 clock hours provides a minimum of 25 clock hours for participants upon completion of the PGP. Also, ongoing mentor training. Support mentor training for educators of color for the remaining 2 years of the NEA GPS Fund grant. Plus, we want the PGP process and the cadre to be the highlight of this program for participants in order to advance educators in their profession, more leadership roles and pathway opportunities, which will lead to the advancement and feedback that educators of color contribute to this invaluable, and the Kent School District has an untapped potential of educators of color that have an insight and perspective on how to best support our diverse scholars.
Here's the how. Our grant runs for 3 years. It's for a total of $172,000 for across the 3 years. For year one, which is the upcoming school year, 22-23, we've allocated ourselves $56,000, the same for year two, and then year three, $60,000. In the 22-23 school year, when we begin our work, we value our educators for their time and their participation, and part of our grant money is to pay them for participating and their ideas and what they develop. We're going to pay $400 to each participant as a stipend after their submission and completion of their professional growth plan. Their final professional growth plans are due by the grant committee at the end of May, and then the last meeting with our participants will be in June, so they can highlight what they have done in their classrooms and in their schools, and then with a 3-minute presentation to our cohort. We are also halfway through the PGP, which is in the winter. We are allocating $200 for each participant to buy the supplemental material they might need for whatever their focus is for their PGP. Things such as maybe social emotional curriculum supplements or culturally responsive activities. It just depends on, it's like a grow your own. So whatever they choose to do, we will give them the money to help start that. There's also a $2,000 yearly stipend for 5 mentor facilitators for what now is the committee. And in year two, we plan to garner the 5 of our participants to be the mentors, have them lead and facilitate, give them the money, and then year three, we get another 5 facilitators or more so that we can keep the leadership growing. Sorry. I should know this. Okay, the when, we're starting now. Part of this is with our presentation, and also we're beginning to design our participant meetings. What does that mean? The curriculum, the resources. We're just starting. This is our first go around, so this is all new to us, but this is also, we're having discussions with our partners, such as the Kent Educators of Color Network, with KEA, with WEA, and with the district regarding teacher recruiting and retention policies. That's just going to be ongoing work for us for the whole 3 years. In the fall is when we recruit our educators of color with the help of the district and KEA to help identify them, and we start. And then at the end of the fall is our 6-month reporting to NEA, who gave us the grant, and in the winter is our halfway point. And so we'll start to look at what supplemental materials they might need. And then in the spring, that's the completion of our PGP, and then we'll gather our data and collect and everything finalized to be accountable back to NEA. And hopefully we'll be back here to let you know how it goes.
Our partners include the Kent Educators of Color Network, which is our founding organization, the National Education Association, who are our grantor and sponsor, Kent Education Association, they will be dispersing our funds and working with us on prioritizing our members of color. Washington Education Association will work with us through our grant contact, Christy Padilla, and through mentoring by Torian Hodges-Finch, the director of OSPI's Nakia Academy, a mentoring and leadership academy by educators of color for educators of color. Kent School District, as we continue to run our program, and Kent Association of Para-Educators, we plan to work with them on also offering this opportunity to our para-educators. Our plan for the future is that we would work with the district and the union to continue this cycle of mentoring and leadership opportunities past the period of the grant.
So this is our last slide. When children are taught by those who believe in and can recognize their brilliance, and who understand their cultural context, and who model what they can achieve, they too can realize their hopes and dreams. And this is a statement from our Educators of Color Network from Puget Sound ESD, where I was a pilot member. We call ourselves OG, the originals. It's on the 5th year, and it actually has partnership with our KSD. And that's the reason also it inspires me in starting our CAT Educators of Color Network, and that group is expanding. And so this work is supported by so many. We have also the Puget Sound ESD. It is embraced by so many grantees of the PGPs in our state, where I would say expanded. So when the PGP started, I started the work as well, and then pandemic hit, but it actually empowered so many of our educators who participated in the PGP. And that's why I call this transformational work, empowering work, because despite the pandemic, these teachers who engage in this work was so engaged in culturally responsive teaching, socio-emotional learning, and cultural competency. And I would say Denise is one of the products of our Puget Sound ASD PGP work. So as Jesse and our CAT Educators of Color Network in our 2nd year, but all started with the grant that we had at the PSB. So we're here to inform you that there's this great work that is happening that we have been engaging. And if you do have any questions, we welcome your questions and your collaboration.
No questions, but thank you for your work. I look forward to seeing what happens in the next 3 years on this. I'm really impressed, so thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please keep doing the work you do, and we will partner with you, be with you in every way possible, shape.
Thank you. Now, and again, I want to echo that, just my personal feelings, sustainability with this too. I think from what I'm hearing, this program could really help that. And that's what we want. We really want that. We're working toward it. So again, thanks so much for coming tonight after you're off for the summer a little bit here, but we appreciate that very, very much. Thank you. All right, so now we are on to our public hearing. Under 7.01, the 2022-2023 district budget public hearing, 1 of 2. And we had a great presentation earlier from our Director of Finances, Mr. Ben Rarick. So, would you like to introduce him?
Yeah, thank you, President Romano. I'd like to reintroduce Mr. Ben Rarick, our Executive Director of Budget and Finance, to begin the recap of 7.01 and the presentation of 7.02. Mr. Rarick.
Good evening, board members. As was noted by the chair, we had a robust 1-hour work session on the budget, and is custom here. Of course, I don't re-give the 1-hour presentation, but I am aware that maybe some people are tuning into the public hearing who may not have. So I will, in under 3-4 minutes here, briefly recap the slides that hold the salient information with regards to the proposed budget. But a reminder that the tape of the presentation is available via YouTube, and all of the full materials are posted on our website. Just to briefly recap some of the major statistics of the proposed budget, the general fund budget is proposed at $512 million with a total budget of $605 million, including all the other funds, and essentially projecting a flat enrollment. On slide 20, there is a summary of the projected enrollment for next year's budget, reflected in the light blue graphs, indicating a K-12 FTE of 23,781.41. That is 804 students fewer than was budgeted last year, but approximately 78 students higher than was reflected in the May student counts. Reflected on slide 30 is an overview of the budgeting assumptions included in this budget, reflecting in light blue total non-ESSER funded staffing, and in dark blue reflecting ESSER funded staffing. And you will note essentially that when comparing budget to budget, when excluding ESSER funded staffing, we're actually down in budgeted staffing. When including ESSER funded staffing, we're up. The largest category of increased staffing in the ESSER category is, of course, the launch of our KSD virtual school, which is at this point 100% funded with ESSER staffing, with ESSER funds, excuse me. Finally, on page 36, is reflected a complete overview of the expenditure authority of the district, which again reflects that $512.5 million of expenditure and roughly an increase of approximately $9.7 million. And the final slide reflects a projected operating deficit of $15 million for fiscal year 23. And so that would complete the high-level overview of what we spent an hour discussing. But I have learned from experiences in other districts, when you have a public hearing, it's important not to not present anything and to make sure that the public understands that all of the materials from the work session and the written materials are available on the website. With that said, that completes my presentation, and if there are no questions, would yield to the hearing.
Well, number one, realizing the audience hasn't been tagging along with us, obviously being down 804 students has impacts, and we waver on that. How do you, in staffing, what is the impact?
Yes. So probably the way to answer that is kind of reflect on the last couple of years. So when we had our first year back after closing for COVID, we made a calculated choice to keep enrollment stable and not change staffing, because we thought the most likely outcome was that we would open schools and all the students who had disappeared during the pandemic would reappear once we opened, and you wouldn't want to rehiring staff, right, creating this boomerang effect. That did not occur. When we opened up schools, we did not bounce back in our enrollment. So essentially the projection for next year is a relatively modest decline in enrollment, but we have chosen not, as a district, not to change the staffing allocation ratios. And that's a key thing here. The rate at which we staff our classrooms is not changing. The only thing that's changing is our projected enrollment. So as I think there was a slide that encapsulates that the net effect of just simply adjusting our ratios for that lower enrollment resulted in a net reduction of 42.5, I think you see here on the screen, FTE in basic education staffing. Still at that rate, we have some of the lowest class sizes we've ever had in Kent, just because of the plummeting enrollment, which has been in a steady decline since 2018.
And again, Superintendent Vela, correct me if I'm wrong, but the previous decision was to particularly protect kindergarten through third grade class sizes, and that the shock showed up when in fact they didn't return in numbers. So we are faced with that particular challenge as it goes through the system. Is that correct?
Yes, you also heard earlier on a slide about the ratios that we kept in that enrollment projection, which is in alignment to your your statement that we expected it to come back and we kept those ratios as if they were going to return.
Well, I mean, I just briefly want to repeat that it looks like you really listened to a lot of what the board director said, to what the community had said. Some of the goals we projected remain the same. I was really excited about this report. I mean, yes, we're going to face some changes in 2024, but it looks like we're already on top of it in 2022 to be working toward that and taking our ESSER funds and stretching them, but realizing there is a sunset to that money. So I you know, again, I said this report made me happy tonight, so thank you. Thank you for all the work.
And the one slide that I referred to in the workship that I didn't have at my disposal.
I know, we
think,
want to see that.
Ms. Centella, I think we'll be forwarding that, as well as the bond electoral requirement.
Thank you for doing that. I see it in my email now, so I appreciate that. Quick turnaround. Thank you so much.
And I just, from a public point of view, people have actually addressed me in emails, and when I've been out and about, that they really like your reports, that they can get a hold of what they're doing and see it. And you're doing something that's relating to them that works really well, so that's what you're here for.
Wonderful,
So
thank you so much. I appreciate that feedback. It's good to hear the good feedback.
Yes, it is, and you don't hear that too often, do you? And again, I think that goes on to 7.02 on this public hearing. You want to talk a little bit about that, Mr. Rarick?
Yeah, so now we'll move into that. If you're done with the questions, move into the public hearing portion of, for any of the comments.
So the other component of this evening's public hearing, do I need to change that? Okay. Relates to the district's requirement under state law and also its own policies, by the way, to recalibrate its boundary lines with each census. And so I happened to be at the conference when this was discovered, so here I am presenting it to you. If you're confused that this has anything to do with the budget, no, it does not. But I got the "you're at" tag, so. The first 5 slides are for your reference. I'm not going to go over each one of them because they just take you through the relevant statutory authority for why you have to do this work. The reason I'm not going to pour over it is you, as a board, incorporated a lot of this into your policy, okay? So 28A343.040, 29A776.010, all 3 of those are reflected in your 1105, 1105P, and 1113, which basically establish that the board must, with each 10-year census, redraw its boundaries. It provides a criteria by which the board will redraw its boundaries, and establishes certain hold harmless provisions where, in the unlikely event that a board member is serving in a particular district and then you redraw the boundaries and that director is no longer within that district, how would such a scenario be handled? I like this slide because it's just very simple. People think this is more complicated than it is. And so this is just a 2-column slide of what this is not, because there's a lot of what this is not. This actually has nothing to do with where students go to school. So people hear the word boundary and all of a sudden you get phone calls and emails. It has nothing to do with where students go to school. It also has nothing to do for who gets to vote for board directors, because all board directors are voted on at large, even though they must reside within a particular district. And it really doesn't impact anything about how directors communicate with constituents. And it really doesn't impact anything about how directors communicate with constituents, because again, if everybody's voting for the board members, everyone it gets communicated with. But it does do 2 things. The first is it impacts the geographic representation of the candidates, and it impacts where candidates may live. To repeat that, impacts where candidates may live to run for specific district board. That's probably the most impactful part of this. So, can you see that okay?
Yep.
All right, so this is really kind of the gist statistically of what's happening here. So we contracted with Sammamish Data Systems to say, okay, can you please take a look at our census data, look at how our boundaries were originally drawn, look at what would be, they refer to as the ideal population, which is in that far left-hand corner, where in a perfect world, how would you slice the population exactly the same, which of course you can't do, right? Because you're dealing with streets and blocks, but that's a starting point. And then statistically derive a proposed population, which does derive from streets and blocks, to say, like, how close can you get to that ideal population? So the current deviation column there, that column in the blue, shows how far away each district is relative to that proposed population, okay? And then the next column shows if you were to adopt the proposed population, how far away would it be from the ideal population, okay? And what it ends up being is that no district would be further than 100 population from that sort of desired, okay? So, you know, by statute, and the statute was amended to say, you know, when COVID hit, all the districts were in the midst of this, and then they gave districts an extension. So basically, by law, you have to adopt a revised boundary and communicate that to the county auditor by November 15th. Now, being in touch with some of my colleagues in other districts, in some districts this is really difficult to do because you have they're hugely different ranges of growth in these director districts. It can be really difficult to draw a new line that makes any sort of geographic sense and create the boundary. Frankly, we didn't kind of see that in our data. We had growth, but it was not so explosive in one district versus another that it really presented shape oddities, if you will, by kind of having to draw very strange lines. So the next few graphs kind of outline that. So this is just simply how the director districts look right now. And the next line shows, can you see these here, these sorts of black lines here, which land you would have to move to achieve the recommended distribution from the Sammamish Data Systems proposal. And you can see it's relatively modest in size and also doesn't really fundamentally change the shape of each of the districts. The next, and to protect anonymity here, but it is by statute the most important part, these are representations of where the board directors currently live, okay? And you will see that no board director is displaced from the redrawing, which is a very key fact of this, because if that were to be the case, you get into a fairly complicated hold harmless provision, okay? And then you can't really see very well at this aggregate level when you're looking at those dark black lines. What exact street is that? What block, right? So Sarah Dumlau, who's in the audience today, I want to acknowledge her work, along with Marie Rivera, my executive assistant, spent the better part of the last couple days going to a different data set and blowing these up in high definition for you, so you can see exactly what streets and roads are displaced. And again, you know, in comparing notes with some of my colleagues in Pasco and North Shore and across the state, it's actually fairly remarkable that we're able to achieve this relative balance with relatively modest changes to the geography. And that has to do mostly with the fact that our growth was relatively dispersed across the entire geographic region of the district. So the final slides blow up each particular area for which you see changes so that you can track it by street if you so desire. And so where we're at basically is that we're having to very closely follow these statutory parameters for posting these publicly, holding a public hearing. We have to hold a public hearing within 10 days of the posting. Then we have preliminarily scheduled the second public hearing for the same board meeting that your budget is up for adoption on August 24th. During that time, the public has the opportunity to share any concerns that they may have about this proposal with you, and have another opportunity during a public hearing on that date to express them again. But then the board is faced with board action, and then we have a window of opportunity to submit this to the county auditor and adopt our new board boundary lines. The other thing that I knew you'd ask about, because it is in your own policy, is there is sort of not just a raw populational balance factor, but also how does this affect the racial and ethnic balance of our community relative to boundaries. And again, you'll see that actually, I know this is a big, long, raw data table, but the upshot of it is that it really does not have a particularly profound effect one way or the other. There's no district that experiences larger than a 2 percentage point difference in the composition of any of the racial or ethnic categories represented in the census data. So that's not to say that you won't receive questions, feedback, and input, but in comparing notes with my colleagues, our numbers turned out pretty well for us. So that completes my presentation.
Well, I just, from our public, I know that I saw a lot of questions about, so they could read the streets and really understand it. I appreciate that you put that together.
Well, that's actually all Sarah and Marie did that work, so.
Thank you very much. I know our public will appreciate it, but it looks like the district that I live in is not going to change at all, right? District 3. I appreciate the work. Thank you, even though you were the person that had to do it. Any other questions from our board? All righty. Thank you very much. All right. All right, we're on to 8.0. Seeming we didn't have any public comments, I guess I need to announce that too. We didn't have any online or in person.
No, no cards, President Hamada, were received either online or in person as comment towards the public hearing portion of tonight's agenda. So unless there's someone here now who desires to comment towards the public hearing portion, they certainly can. But cards were not submitted.
If anybody wishes to speak, please come up to the podium. This is your chance for the public to make a comment on the boundaries. Seeing none, we'll move on. All right, again, we're on to 8.0, Board of Directors discussion and approval. All right, and the first one on 8.01 is the board member resignation. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to accept the resignation of Board Member Bettinger.
I second.
Discussion?
I want to just say that I really appreciate Director Benninger's service for the last few years, and I know we've heard this a lot, but I just want to make sure that we reiterate everything that she has done for our district and our community, and she was a staunch, a strong supporter of students and educators in this district, and she will be missed, I think.
And I also would like to thank her for her service, and it's sorrowful that this is the way it is.
And I'd like to echo on that too. This is a big job, whether people are lots of time consuming and lots of passion go into this job. So again, I'd like to echo that sentiment. Director Farrer, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I just want to also echo everything you guys said and thank Director Bettinger for her unwavering commitment to student achievement for Kent School District. And and I wish her all the best for her future. I'm sure we'll cross paths in the future.
Any other further comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of 8.01, board member resignation acceptance, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries, and it goes without saying we wish her the best in all her endeavors. We're on to 8.02, the superintendent contract. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to authorize the board president to execute the Kent School District Superintendent Agreement on behalf of the Kent School Board of Directors.
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Well, first of all, we're really happy to be at this end stage of this so we can get down to normalcy. The board spent a great deal of time in consideration of the various aspects and wanting to obviously retain Superintendent Vela in an appropriate manner. And I'm pleased that all sides finally came to an agreement that we can move forward. And let's get down to basic business of running this district.
Any other comments, Dr. Farah? You need to alert me if you want to talk.
I'm really I'm thankful that we were able to work through the contract and all parties are satisfied with the contract, and that interim is no longer part of Superintendent Vela anymore. So that's what I want to say. Thank you and congratulations.
Well, and I mean, this has been a real learning process about contracts, because we tried to, really, you have these salaries posted in the paper and stuff, but getting into the ins and outs of it, we had to almost pull teeth to look at other districts. The contracts are so complex, so it was a learning experience, and I think we all gave on every side of it, and I think we, came together, and again, we want to get back to the business at hand, and I think we're there, and I think we're ready to vote on this. If there's any further discussion, seeing none. So all those in favor of accepting the superintendent's contract as written, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Wally, I can't see you.
He's frozen.
Oh, Director Farah, you're frozen.
I can't even hear you.
Just 1 second, we have technical difficulty. Oh boy, here we go. And here comes our trusty technician.
Amelia.
Go, Amelia.
You mind going and just have him vote?
Mr. Director Farah, can you hear me? Director Farah?
Nope.
Give him a second here.
Director Farah?
Yes, thank good. I am back. I apologize again.
All right, quickly. How do you vote on this, Director Farah?
I say yes.
Okay.
I apologize, guys. My
Oh, boy. You need to come home. All right, all those against extending, all those against the superintendent contract signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 8.03. And forgive me, I think I know we're not supposed to be speaking in certain things, but I want to say amen. So, all right, we're on to 8.03, resolution number 18, excuse me, let me get my closer. Is that 16?
1627.
1627, forgive me. Out of endorsement waivers. I'll entertain a motion.
I move 8.03, resolution number 1627, out of endorsement waivers.
Second.
All right, it has been moved and second for 8.03, resolution number 1627, out of endorsement waivers. Discussion. I see no discussion. Okay. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of 8.03, resolution number 1627, out of endorsement waivers, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 8.05, Lake Young's, no, excuse me, I missed 8.04. I'm hurrying through there again. Slow me down. Madsen Middle School field renovation, change order number 1.
Madam President, I move Madsen Middle School field renovation change order number 1 be approved.
I second.
Discussion. I think Wallace, Mr. Farrar, Director Farrar, do you have any discussion? Are you still with us, Director Farrar? Discussion? Okay. I'm calling for the vote. Calling for the vote. All those in favor of 8.04 Madsen Middle School field renovation change order number 1 signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions? The motion carries. I think we're just going to have to keep going. We have to, more technical difficulties. We're now on to 8.05, Lake Young Elementary Health Room Expansion, additional funding.
I move 8.05, Lake Young's Elementary Health Room Expansion, additional funding.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote on 8.05, Lake Young's Elementary Health Room Expansion, additional funding. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify your right hand and saying nay. By saying nay, abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 8.06, Lake Young's Elementary Remodel, contract to DM Pacific LLC. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve Lake Young's elementary remodel contract to DM Pacific LLC.
I second.
Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on 8.06, Lake Young Elementary Remodel Contract to DM Pacific LLC. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 8.07, Kent Phoenix Window Glazing Replacement, change order number 1. I'll entertain a motion.
I move Kent Phoenix Window Glazing Replacement, change order number 1.
Second.
Discussion. Seeing none. Just gonna, Director Farrar has left the building. All right. All those in favor of 8.07, Kent Phoenix Window Glazing Replacement, change order number 1. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 8.08, 2021 Capital Facilities Plan, post-King County Technical Review. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the 2021-2022 Capital Facilities Plan, post-King County Technical Review.
I second.
Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on 8.08, 2021-2022 Capital Facilities Plan, post-King County Technical Review. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 8.09.
Madam Chair. if
Oh, I'm
we
sorry.
can, I'd like to ask a question on 809.
Okay.
The original negotiation with Sue's Creek Water District was difficult, to say the least, and I just want to confirm that in fact we came to a reasonable settlement. Would that be accurate?
Do we need to move in second?
We have to move, we have to get into a motion, and that'll come under discussion. I'm sorry, Tim.
Okay.
I'll move that we approve 8.09 Kent Ridge High School Performing Arts Center and Gymnasium Lobby Project.
I second.
Second, sorry. Cut myself off.
Now you can have your discussion, Director Clark. Go for it.
I'd like to go ahead and invite our Executive Director of Operations and Facilities, Mr. Dave Buzzard, to come up and address that question. Before he does, I'd like Mr. Paul Brockvogel just to address the board regarding the laptop situation.
Thank you. Members of the board, we have a technical difficulty. Director Awala's, or Farah's laptop has gone kaput. So the legal ramifications, or is he back? I withdraw all previous comments.
Okay,
Would you
Mr.
care to
Brockvogel.
negotiate his June vacation for next year?
This could not be wrong. Nothing worse can happen.
And now I'd like to re-invite Mr. Dave Buzzard.
I don't know how I follow that one.
Mr. Buzzard.
President Hamama, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Santello. So the outcome of where we stand right now is still $1.1 million that Sue's Creek Water District is requiring the Kent School District to pay on a $1.2 million project. Wow. I'm going to say that one more time so everybody can hear. $1.1 million in general facility charges to basically renovate the lobby and add 2 ADA bathrooms on a project that is probably going to cost around $1.2 million of construction cost.
So we're voting to move this forward. Is that the plan then? Even with this, I don't want to say ridiculous, but it feels like a ridiculous cost.
So if I could, I'd like to take a minute to,
Okay.
so it truly kind of wasn't a recommendation for us to move forward. My recommendation is we have to leave this project on the bond, but we also have other bond projects that we have to finish. Now, in light of what Mr. Rarick has said a few times about ESSER funds coming back to the 2016 bond, I am very, very hopeful that those dollars, we can use some of those dollars, which we would be able to, because it would go into our contingency bucket, that we would be able to move forward with this project. But again, promises made, promises kept on the 102 projects of the 2016 bond. Need to make sure that we get those, and at the end, I feel very confident from what my projections of our budget and what's left in the bond to do and the dollars that we have, and Mr. Rarick's $5 million from ESSER funds that will be coming back to us, I feel very confident that this project will be able to move forward. But if we do it now and something at the end of escalation happens on another project, then where would we be? Does that make sense?
Can you enlighten me, Mr. Buzzard, why? I mean, is that standard cost, 1.1 million on that kind?
So in 2015, the Sue's Creek Water District revised their charges. And in prior years, our school district was charged, if you were going to build a building or any infrastructure update, you were charged by the square foot of the building that you were building. In 2015, right before we passed the 2016 bond, the Sue's Creek Water District changed their format and said it will not be per square foot of building, but per the lot that your buildings sit on.
Oh, boy.
So now it's the acreage of Kent Ridge, minus what's underneath the power lines. They're not charging us for that, thank goodness. but it's everything else. So if you think, a building, and when we did the Kent Ridge Annex, or the Academy building in 2004, that had the general facility charges of around $278,000 for that huge building. I'm trying to do just one little tiny renovation to the lobby, $1.1 million.
And we as a district, because this is what Sioux Creek dictates, and is that their board that agrees to that, or does that come to the voters?
That is their commissioners when they change that.
Oh, boy. And was there a reasoning why they had to increase that so much?
I do not have that. During the times that I was in conferences with them, we had multiple meetings with them during this stage over the last year, and their board of commissioners said that, they had not been able to charge their users a lot of money. So what they were trying to do is trying to build their infrastructure, and they had not raised their rates in such a time. So again, what we thought would be a very small increment of an increase, for inflation or cost of living or whatever it is, it was more of a wow factor for us.
Can I ask something that sounds ridiculous, but it's
Nothing would sound
doable?
ridiculous for this.
Is it possible to de-annex from them and then join another water district that won't charge us astronomical charges? Is that a possibility?
It is not, but I like the way you think.
Okay.
It is not, because water districts, and there's no big secret. We've again, with everything, we've had our construction attorneys involved in this. We've had everybody involved in this, and at the end of the day, water districts and school districts do not get along at all, and that's what I've been told, and that's what I've learned now. And I just want to be a good steward of our money, and our community's money. So I wanted to bring this to the attention of the board, just to make sure that people understand that this is actually occurring. And if we would have known, because we did not get an official letter from them in 2015 saying, hey, we're going to charge you more. And I see Director Clark looking at me, but if they put it in a newspaper, that's all they legally need to do.
I'd just like to lastly share with the board, as Mr. Buzzard mentioned, we did have several meetings and attorneys there, and so we did our due diligence.
Wow.
Okay.
Just wanted the board to know that lastly.
Oh, wow.
I like my idea.
Let's cease. Let's leave the union. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, because, I mean.
You're very welcome.
We would not be doing our job up here if we're not asking that question. I mean, to me, that just seems astronomical, but it looks like we're kind of in a rock and a hard space. Any further discussion? And it looks like we've lost Director Farrar again. Okay.
No, I got nothing. I'm just gonna.
Oh, you're just gonna, we're gonna let you vote, though.
This water districts are known for this. I mean, it's not the first time I'm hearing, that is astronomical amount that they charge. And this is unfortunate we can't move physically the schools somewhere else.
All righty. Any further discussion? All right, a call for the vote on 8.09 Kentridge High Performing Arts Center and Gymnasium Lobby Project, just to get this done. Wow. Sioux Creek Water District General Facility Charges. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Hesitantly.
Me too.
But it's a yes.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions. The motion carries. Wow. We need to be in the water business, folks. All right, we're on to 8.10, Kentwood High Office Additions. Kentwood High School Office Additions, I'm assuming. Contract to DM Pacific LLC. I'll entertain a motion.
I move approval of the Kentwood High Office Additions contract to DM Pacific LLC.
I second.
Discussion. Director Farrar, do you have any discussion?
No, I don't.
All right, I'll call for the motion. 8.10, Kentwood High Office Additions Contract to DM Pacific LLC. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. All right, we're on to 9.01, board discussion. And I'd like to call on our superintendent. I've got to change my agenda here. Vela,
Thank you,
for
President.
introductions.
Yeah, thank you, President. I'd like to invite Dr. Jill Harmon, our Chief Accountability Officer, to begin the discussion for us. Dr. Harmon.
Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Vantello. Happy to be here. I apologize. I was having technical difficulties earlier, so I'm glad I'm able to get back in. With the board policies piece, we talked about this in our last policy work session in the beginning of June. We don't have any other sessions scheduled with the board through the summer, but we did leave with some topics that the board would like to address. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to at least present to the board that since there seem to be other opportunities that have presented or require that the board put meeting holds on their calendar, with a couple of meetings in June and July, that we consider using some of those times or either adding at least an hour would be my minimal request to do some of the policy work and continue that throughout the summer. So possibly leveraging at least one of the dates in the end of June or possibly early July to continue that policy work. Looking at some of those times where those meeting holds exist, we could probably, the board is amenable to that, continue that work and still not move beyond 8:30 on some of those evenings if the board chooses. It's not something you need to take action on necessarily tonight, but I wanted to present that opportunity to consider the board's interest in moving forward in that way.
Well, you know, I've been beating that drum ever since I became on this board. We need to get those policy work done, so I'm in favor of it, just for discussion. Any other further discussion?
I don't have a pressing need at this point in time because we have the stabilization of the budget, the negotiations for contracts, and we have some other big items on our table.
Any further discussion?
As long as we're meeting our requirements and the law, then when it comes to policy, then I'm down with adding some of those if it make sure that we're doing what we need to do to meet our own policies.
Like I said, my request is not necessarily to add additional dates to the board's calendar. It's just possibly extending maybe an hour of a date that's already scheduled. And so I will continue to work with Ms. Vantello and Superintendent Vela to propose those specific times for you and see if there's board availability and consensus on meeting those.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Harmon.
Thank you, Dr. Harmon. All right, we're on to 9.02, board discussion on timeline for filling vacant board positions. And I'm going to call on Superintendent Villa to introduce.
Thank you, President Hamada. I'd like to invite again Dr. Jewel Harmon, Chief Accountability Officer, to begin the discussion around the timeline for filling vacant board positions. Dr. Harmon.
Good evening again, President Hamada, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Vantello. Here presenting the board with some draft beginning language around what could happen, proposed timeline for how to fill this. I think the most important thing for the board to know, Director Clark may be aware of this, as a seasoned board veteran, that there's a time period in which this has to be filled. So we have a 90-day window that starts ticking from the point of resignation. So that puts us as a district around September 18th, when there has to be an appointed person. So we are time bound by RCW and getting this filled. So that is why you see what seems like such a perky pace for the proposed timeline. But that's because we don't have infinite time. And this individual that would take on this work would fill the role through the end of the term. This is where Director Benno, you would have some experience in that piece. So what they're committing to is approximately a year and about 4 months of board leadership at the board. And so we proposed a schedule based on what we've done in the past. We proposed an announcement there in the documents that you have, and that's on BoardDocs for the community to see of what it would look like. Obviously, that candidate would need to live within that director district. We know that we are in the midst of making some census boundary adjustments to board director district lines. So we would also do a double check to ensure that that individual or those individuals that express interest would live within the boundaries to make sure we don't have any issues. And then, of course, if there are multiple candidates, then the board would engage in an interview process and a review of those candidates. And in the past, that has happened in the public, in terms of giving the public an opportunity to see those individuals, hear them respond to some questions of the board. And then the board would make a decision in an exempt session round, and then come back and announce that piece back in the public and take an action.
Can I ask
So I know
a
that's
question?
Absolutely. I was gonna say, that's quite a bit of information that's happened, so I'll take a pause and let you ask questions if you have any.
In my recollection, unless it's changed, when I was appointed, I was only filled into the election, I had thought, not until the term, because I was told till the end of the term, but then after I got appointed, I very quickly got a thing saying if I wanted to continue position, I'd have to run for the position to finish the term. So I'm curious, is it timeline because we're doing this now, then that runs to the end of the term? Is it, I was appointed at a different time, so I was told a different thing. So I just want to make sure that we're consistent and that we are actually doing it correctly.
So when looking at this, it said, when I read, because we reread this yesterday afternoon, and we're looking at RCW and the process, and it did say through the term, so they would finish the term. Of course, if they want to hold a position for a full 4 years moving forward, they would have to go through the electorate process and sign up. But that would not happen until that board seat is up for re-election.
What did I do then?
I'm sorry?
No, I'm just laughing at myself because I think I did the process wrong, but I'm elected, so it's fine.
So, because that's what we were actually considering too. We were concerned like, oh, we need to hurry up and get them on the ballot for this November.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To make sure, and that wasn't the case.
Got it.
Well, I mean, that's the way that happened with Director or Vice President Beno, so it's interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. But thank you for all that. And we do want to continue on, and
Thank you, Dr. Holmes.
This looks good.
yeah, it looks good. So unfortunately, we have to keep moving because things are happening. So
just so I'm clear, as before we leave discussion, you're not taking an action as a board, but staff will go ahead and move forward with announcing to the public that there is a seat available, and that there is a process that will begin, and they can leverage the school district website if they have interest or questions. So a lot of this information will go up on KSD website tomorrow, so the board will be able, so the public will be able to engage in this process, even if they're not living in that district. They will be able to be aware of what's happening with KSD.
Yes.
right, and get the word out, you know. We need to fill this, and we want to have everybody have an opportunity. And sometimes people in the summer just want to have fun, but the work continues, you know, so get the word out. And again, all the other particulars are on our website, so everybody has the ability to look at all that. So thank you very much, Dr. Harmon. Appreciate that. And we're on to 10.01, the 2022-2023 renewal of online services and software licenses. Okay.
We don't have an action for that, right?
It's just information. Do we need?
Keep going.
No.
Okay. All right. All right, we're on to the consent agenda, and I'm going to ask if any board member wants to pull anything from the consent agenda. Do you want to pull any from?
Yeah, I'd like to hold 1107.
Okay, anybody else? All right, can I have an entertainment on a motion for the rest?
I move the consent agenda 1101 through 1108 minus 1107.
But we have a
1109.
supplementary, we have 1109 too.
Oh, and 1109, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yes.
I second.
All right, discussion. Seeing none, I'll go to the motion. We are going to, all those in favor of the consent agenda, including 1101 through 1109, with pulling 1107 are in favor of that agenda, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. All right. Now, I believe we're on to 11.07.
I'll move approval of 1107.
I'll second.
All right,
And,
discussion.
Yeah, so these are where outside groups obviously help support activities and experiences for kids. And several of them obviously are PTA groups that were taking care of specific things, some of which are actually a little, they're not simply ceremonial. They're actually taking care of educational opportunities and student enrichment and library books and whatnot. But I always like to acknowledge outside groups such as the Rotary Club of Covington, supporting Kent Lake High School by sending students off to a leadership summit. Those are unique opportunities, and it does require outside funding to do that. But it's, again, the community supporting their schools and the growth of leadership within the student body that are critical. So I just want to say thanks to those people that made sacrifices.
For me, I just noticed there's a couple things on here, like a water fountain for the primary building. And so with stuff like that, I know we talked about when we did the signs, when PTA would buy the signs, how it's like, oh wait, that should be safety, that individual PTAs shouldn't be spending money on that. I kind of feel the same way about like this water fountain. So I'm just noticing that, not necessarily a action, but I'm wondering, like, PTAs could be doing lots of good things. I don't think they need to be purchasing water fountains. I think we need to be providing filtered water for all of our schools and not have the PTA necessarily do that. So that's just my observation, because I was going to pull it to talk about that too. But just a noticing, not necessarily an action, but something for us to think about as we move forward with buildings.
Definitely. Thank you.
And saving the PTA that money where they can do some fun event instead of buying a water fountain.
Yeah, it's kind of an equity issue too, across the board, you know. Some of the PTAs are stronger at this point than others.
Mm-hmm.
So I concur.
Yeah, but thank you. Thank you for doing that donation. That's amazing.
Thank you.
But
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on 11.07. All those in favor of the agenda item 11.07, gift acceptance, signify by raising your right hand, saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. All right, we're on to 12.0, communication, and I don't think we have any further communication, do we? Ms. Centella?
President Hamada, members of the board, and Superintendent Vela, all communication has been provided for the evening.
Thank you, Ms. Centella. We're on to 12.02, board reports, and we'll start with Director Clark.
Well, first of all, obviously, the joy of attending the various graduation ceremonies is really a joyful thing. First of all, I wish the very best to the graduating class. And know that we are continuing to work hard to try and provide a quality education experience for the students of this community. I have continued my visits to schools, having completed my tour of the secondary facilities. I was at Cedar Heights, and then I stopped by at Sawyer Woods recently. So, just checking in. Thank you.
All right, we're on to Director Farah. Can you hear me?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go. While you're on, go.
Thank you. First of all, I want to apologize for the technical difficulties again that happened. And I want to say, you know, I'll be back Saturday, so I'll be happy.
You better be.
I know. Unless my flight changes, I'm
No, we're not changing flights. I'll come get you.
I know. We might both be stuck in here. So, to go on, I always have the pleasure and I really thankful for visiting classrooms. And I was able to visit fourth grader class at Panther Lake virtually and be able to speak to the students and let them know how much we care about them. And they asked me very important questions, very tough questions. And I'm always thankful for that. And that's one of the things that keeps me showing up to this forum, because sometimes it can really get tough and you have to ask yourself, why are you doing what you're doing? And that makes me happy. It has been, I didn't get the chance to go to any of the graduation, which I regret dearly. But I want to thank every one of you who attended. I really am thankful for that. I know how difficult it was to
Oh, no. Here we go.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry, Director Farah, but we're moving on. Vice, you have left the building again. Vice President Vano, please.
I had remarks prepared last time I'm going to read, but before I do that, I definitely want to talk about some of the things I did before, like graduations. I attended 2, and, things are done differently at different schools, so it's very interesting just to see how it goes. And then being there all morning and most of the afternoon on that Saturday was pretty amazing just to see the graduates. And then also, because I'm a teacher, I love working with students, and I loved seeing the students here the other day talking about safety and security. And so to me, it really gives me hope that our students were engaging other students in their schools, and students really wanted to participate and give feedback to us and coming in to report to us. As much as I loved all the presentations I've seen in my time, the student ones, hearing from the students is always going to be my favorite. So, sorry, but it is. As much as I love the budget presentations too, the students always go ahead of that. And then the KM Rain Garden, I don't think we talked about that, and being invited to that and looking at the hard work that the students did at Kent Meridian and their rain garden with the student club. I was just so impressed. And, telling my partner about it, I was taking pictures. He's like, what did they do there? I don't even really see. I'm like, look at this giant cistern. Look what they did. And then he's like, oh, okay. But if you don't look at it, you won't notice it. But it's really going to do some great stuff for our environment. So I was very excited to be a part of that. Okay, so for my remarks, and this was meant to be read after our book discussion last time, but I also, I have to say, if you're not a queer person, I don't think people always are going to understand what is going on. And so I'm going to speak on behalf of myself as a gay person to talk about June and Pride Month and talk about the importance of students seeing themselves in books and curriculum and things like that. And also just as a cautionary tale, thinking about what does performative allyship look like. But also June is Pride Month, and we read a Pride Month proclamation, which is amazing. And we've done that the last couple of years I've been on the board, so it's awesome. But I think about one of the things I do in Renton, I'm part of the Educators of Color Network. I'm a core team member there, and we heard from the Kent Educators of Color, so I'm familiar with them. We have the Rainier Educators of Color, who I'm a part of. And I support our annual conference. I do all the behind the scenes things with technology with our conferences the last few years. And if you don't know Shauna Moore, she's one of the most amazing people I know that is our lead and is just a great resource and stuff that she does on the state. And so one of the things that I've really learned about from Reckon is this idea of AACs. And so for people who don't know, those are allies, accomplices, and co-conspirators. And in a lot of racial and social justice work, they talk about AACs. And And I went online and was trying to pull some things together to kind of think about like Pride Month and thinking about what does performative allyship look like? Because I think sometimes when we think like, I'm gonna wear a rainbow pin, I'm gonna have a rainbow flag, that we think we're being allies. And I think that there's a trouble or a problem or a caution in doing that, because otherwise it looks performative. And so from online, I found some works from Glisten and Dr. Tiffany Jana about like, what does it mean to be an ally? And so being an ally to the LGBT community or to LGBT youth means you support them, you validate them, and you listen to them. And so being an ally means more than just declaring it. You can't just say, I'm an ally, and then like everyone's like, yay, you're an ally. It's the responsibility of an ally to always continue to grow and learn. Like the gay community cannot teach you. Like you have to be part of the learning, right? So it's just like, you can't come to me and be like, oh, gay person, please give me your knowledge. Like that's not my job to tell you about the LGBTQ community. Part of your job is to learn. I'm gonna give you some snippets as a person in the community and a person who's done a lot of work in this community, specifically with Safe Schools trainings and supporting LGBTQ youth in schools, specifically GSAs and Saga clubs. So that's the one thing. So allies, if you're gonna be an ally and you're gonna take the title of ally, you have to do the work. Like you can't just declare. So that's my first thing. So then in the work of Dr. Tiffany Jana, she talks about accomplices. And accomplices, what that means is that these are people who are actively working to dismantle systems of oppression. They've passed through the initial phase of allyship. They've done the prerequisite work of learning and understanding in their roles in their upholding unjust systems. Because a lot of times allies are the oppressors too. And so no shade to the people who've come and talk, but a lot of times that people think they're being allies, but they're actually continuing to uphold systems by saying, well, I'm an ally, but I don't think gay people should have this thing. Like, you're not being an ally. So to be an accomplice means that you understand your role in that, and that you are going to try to flip that dynamic, use what you've learned, and whatever you have to help the people who are being harmed to be supportive and to kind of correct some of those systemic biases, specifically in the queer community. So that's an accomplice. And then there's this thing called, there's a group of people called the co-conspirators. That's different. So according to Dr. Jana, they say that co-conspirators work alongside the communities they support. So not only are they just working, they're not accomplices anymore, they're actually working along the communities. So in the queer community, then they seek, they created meaningful relationships with these people that they work alongside with. They're not doing for a group. Like, oh, I'm so sorry for you, I'm gonna do this for you. No, you're gonna work with the community. So co-conspirators show up, not just for fun, and not just for BIPOC people or queer people, they show up and then they listen. They don't co-opt the cause, it's not about you, that's about the people who are being harmed. So they respect the work that's already been done by leaders in the spaces, and they offer the support where they can. So co-conspirators are not trying to be the saviors. They're not the white saviors or the straight saviors like are gonna come to swoop down and save. They don't fancy themselves superior. They're just working alongside with the communities. So they're conscious of their privilege and they use it as fuel to help erode barriers that are tougher for these constituents that they're working alongside. So conspirators ask how they can show up for people doing the work, and they leverage their privilege in service of the freedoms that they already enjoy to support the communities that they're working alongside. You can look up Dr. Tiffany Jana, and she talks about a lot of this, and Glisten has some of that stuff as well. And so then so I mentioned performative allyship. So performative allyship is where those with privilege profess solidarity with the cause. This is assumed solidarity because it's usually vocalized, but it tends to be disingenuous and potentially harmful to the marginalized groups, specifically to the queer community, which is what I'm talking about with Pride Month. So often the performative ally, they profess allegiance in order to kind of distance themselves from any scrutiny. And so in many cases, they use it as like an activity in a way that they think will protect themselves from being highlighted in a negative way. And so things that people might do, they might proclaim a Pride Month, they might wear a rainbow shirt, they might wear a rainbow pin, they might say they're an ally, they might fly a pride flag to kind of show that but it tends to be performative when they're actually doing things behind the scenes that might be dangerous to the cause. And so one of the things I learned at the last Rainier Educators of Color conference is I talked about Allisons. And I was like, what is this Allison? because they talked about, it was quite funny because one of the things they talked about was Karen. Like, we all know Karen. Karen's in there with her Bob and she wants to talk to the manager. Like, we know Karen. But then they were talking about this Allison person, and they're like, Allisons are people who say they're allies. And they're doing the work of equity and anti-racism work, but they tend to be gatekeepers of knowledge, and they don't share out what the co-conspirators do. They're dangerous because they know the language, they know the lingo in the community, and that language and lingo that they use can actually harm the communities they're actually trying to do work for. And in essence, this performative allyship, they become Allisons, where they're saying the right things, but the things that they're doing are actually harmful to the communities. So what does that have to do with anything? Okay, so that was a lot of knowledge. So if you're watching this on YouTube, you can rewatch and re-listen to learn. But I think about, as a gay person, I'm vilified for being a queer person by straight people a lot, about who I am, who I'm married to, the work I do. There's always a perception that I'm in this job as a villain and I'm gonna do things to children negatively. And those of you who are straight, you don't understand this, and you probably never will. And as a gay person, it's things like that, where I get messages in social media and email where they say weird things to me that you all will never get, you'll never understand, about saying like derogatory things about me or my pretenses or my sexuality, or even like the signs we saw earlier. Like, I teach health and sex ed, like none of that fazed me at all. And it's just understanding, like, as a straight person, you will never understand that. So what you have to think about is how actions about supporting the LGBT community is actually gonna harm the queer educators and the LGBTQ students. And so by professing allyship doesn't do anything. So if you're gonna be an ally or an accomplice or a co-conspirator, I need you to do the work and not just profess. I don't care about your rainbow flags. I don't care about your pride t-shirts. They're great, thank you for supporting, it's June, but I want to see work and action. So that's it for my report for this evening.
Well, I have a lot to learn, too, I think, hearing that. Thank you, Vice President Benham. It's been a busy, busy month. And as Director Benno said, we were at the Kent Meridian Rain Garden. It was really neat. And the two young ladies that were in charge of it, they stuck with it even beyond their term at KM. And I got a chance to just chat with them a little bit, but wow, were they an inspiration. They're both going on with their education, but they still have a real love of Kent Meridian and their project and overseeing that and coming back. And that's what we want. We want them to come back and enrich and be welcome here and use their expertise. And so many of our kids have done so well. One of our actual board members, student board members, Austin Freeman, graduated from the University of Washington with honors. I mean, when people are saying we're not doing anything and our kids are not going anywhere, they don't know the kids that I know and work with here. They've accomplished great things, and he's going to go on to get his master's degree, and presently is employed, I believe, with the National Education Association. So he's doing that this summer. I mean, I could go on, but all the kids I know, some of them are teachers here now that are doing really great work, and that's what we need. And again, adding to that tonight, with finding a way to retain and bring them in. It's a real challenge in the teaching profession. I mean, today was my daughter, the teacher in a different districts, last day of school, and she was just saying, hallelujah, because she needs a rest. And I know all of you educators and staff and bus drivers and janitorials and everybody it's been a tough year, and you do need that. And so I hope all of you, the board sent a letter to the entire staff thanking them for your year of service and how hard it was. That we're not in there every day doing your work, but believe me, we do appreciate it. And I know that it's been a struggle and trying to find and retain teachers to stay in the education profession is getting harder, just period. So some of the things that, of course, the biggest thing that stands out is the graduations and the kids again. I've done 5 graduations now, so I was really, and I wanted to do that. and my daughter says, "You don't need to do 5, Mom." And I said, "Oh, yes, I do," because that's the part I want. I want to see the kids, and this is the accomplishment of years. And I mean, you could tell wherever, if it was, the Kent Laboratory, which is a smaller ceremony, which was held at Kent Meridian High School, or if you were at Showware with the big crowds and people, or the TOPS program that I was at Kent Meridian again. The parents, you can just see it, and some of them are like, "Hallelujah, you made it!" And the kids were just, elated over the stars, and you could see the feeling of accomplishment. And I kind of watched, the kids had on their gowns, but they had different shoes on, and some of those kids, I bet, for the first time had put on a little more dressier clothes and felt, walking across the stage. It was a big highlight. And one of the things that a lot of times you don't notice is, I watched and observed our staff we included everybody. I mean, we had kids at both the high school graduations, all 3 of the graduations at Showware, that had some real challenges. Some of them, could not stay on the stage, could not walk up the stage, but were in wheelchairs. And again, another thing I've learned that all the paras that we had there, our educator paras, that were with these kids, that have been with these kids, we paid them all. My daughter said in her district, she thought that was a real not fair, that if the kids come to graduation with kids that need help or something, they do it on their own time. So we're doing some great things here that people don't even realize. And the other thing that I thought was so not only did we try to include anybody that wanted to be there in any capacity, whether it was wheeling them around one time to get their degree and then they had to leave. And some of it was a challenge. The overstimulation for some of these kids is a lot, but there are people who are right there with them and trying to help them. And the other thing is, a couple of graduations had parents and brothers and sisters that accepted their diploma that are no longer with us. And that was very moving. I had the chance to go and speak to those people. It's tough, but we did it, and we honored them too, trying to take in every aspect of equity in this. And I can't tell you, I was kind of down when I went to the 16th, the TOPS graduation. And when I walked in there, I said, I'm just kind of tired, but I'll tell you, you go into the KM, you sit in that auditorium, those kids, and that whole TOPS graduation was so much fun. They each had their own little video that they'd done for the kids, and then they got to have music toward it. Our Superintendent Vela and Mr. Clark and I sat there and watched some of them express in so many different ways. And one of them got up and did a really interesting dance, and he was across the stage. But it was so accepting, and all of them were kind of worked, because they were a little nervous, some of them, getting up and down. But we all worked together. They all worked together to make it happen. And the joy in those kids' face. And to learn that in a pandemic, coming out of a pandemic and still in it. We had more kids in that TOPS program that got awarded that night certificates than we've ever had in the history of our school district. Now that's something to celebrate. We don't talk about our celebrations enough. And on top of it, 65% of those kids in those classes that night had employment jobs, so they could go on and support themselves and have some kind of a normal life. We did all that. We made all that accomplished. And it was just a really nice thing. And they had, in the reception, not only did they have a nice balloon display, and the Kent firefighters or the Puget Sound, whichever they were out there honoring and taking pictures with the kids, but they each had a little, what I'd seen in trade shows, board with all their pictures on it and all their accomplishments and little things that meant so much to them. It was a very uplifting evening. And then, on the 16th, again, bringing our kids forward, listening to what the board directors wanted, also what our public wanted. They want to hear from our kids and see what their impression is about our safety in our schools and SROs. The important thing is to continue that on. It can't be just, well, show up, we got one thing done, check that off the box. It needs to continue and be engaged in that. So those are all good things. A lot of the board work we've done this year, we've really accomplished quite a bit on policy. We've worked hard on that, and thanks to Dr. Harmon, she's beat the drum, and we've got a lot updated. There's a lot more to do. We're not perfect, but we've done that. And working with Dr. Nyland, Dr. Larry Nyland has been very helpful. It was brought in to help us as a board get on target of how to evaluate last year and also going forward. And so we have a real direction. And so, a lot of times in interim superintendents, they're just there to kind of keep the lights on, keep the buses running. And I'm not saying there is a lot more to that, but just to kind of keep it going. But to our superintendent Vella's now credit, he came up with initiatives. We accomplished things, folks. We accomplished a lot of things last year. And I'm not sure that we're recognized for that because, we've got a really good start on our virtual academy. We've got, some people got really upset that the board kind of pushed off the boundaries, and some people were happy about it. But we've got parent engagement, really engagement coming up forth, and I think our final product in that is going to be so much better. So these are just small things that are happening all over the place, and we really need to do a better job of marketing. I'm tired of all this negative stuff out there. We've accomplished a tremendous amount. And going forward, I'm very encouraged about Kent's school district. And I think the most important thing that now, we're going to go back to, as some people might say, basics, but we're going to get back into our learning and building up our kids that may have had some issues during the pandemic or ones that just have issues, and getting back into the classrooms and our academic supports and all that, and focusing on our curriculum and all that. And I'm very much encouraged about all this. And I just want to tell you that it's been a rough couple years on this board personally, but I'm not going anywhere. And I think we really need to stay the course. Change does not happen overnight. It does not. And if we can all get together and focus on being kind to one another and respectful. I value diverse opinion, I really do. I've worked in several markets, and the product that we come out in the professional work I've done, when more people are included, is a much better product. And we're a diversified community. And I want to thank all of you that are here tonight and all the presenters. And we are now at 9:26. Oops.
President Mott, I just wanted to share with the board, first of all, thank you to the board, and that Zoom kicked off. Many of our viewers, Director Farah is on YouTube watching, so he's not able to do his report. So just wanted to share that, and again, thank you.
Okay, and it's 9:27, and we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.